welcome to You Had Me at Bigfoot. I started too early. Yeah. I was even in control of the thing and I fucked it up. All right. All right.
You know I don't see you, right?
You can't see me? Oh, you know what?
No.
This whole time I've forgotten that normally I click the share screen. You should have told me. You should have been like, "Hey man, what's going on?" Because I've been over here.
I just assumed you had shit to do.
No.
You know, you were like, "Oh, I gotta get my booze. I gotta tell you about personal stuff."
That wasn't at all what was going on. I thought I had switched because normally what I do is whatever the starting soon screen is going on the right, and that's what the viewer is seeing, and then on the left I have it me so that you can see what I'm doing. So it's not like I'm intentionally trying to be sneaky or I'm not doing anything. You know, I'm over here doing this to you, or it's not like I'm. I like to have that visual so that you don't feel kind of like a deaf person when you're having a conversation with somebody else who isn't deaf, and you know how like they still do the or they still do the sign language when they're talking,
even though they can read the lips,
so that the person who is deaf can still be a part of the conversation and they don't feel left out. Or so that they don't think that you're talking about them, because if I do this and I'm talking and there's like a deaf person over here
and there's Deaf Jeff right there,
right? DJ Jazzy Deaf.
DJ Deafy Jeff, I guess.
DJ Dazzy Deaf is what his name is. Somebody who
DJ Daffy Duck, somebody, I don't know.
It's a speech impediment.
We'll make it up.
Cartoon character.
Can I address something before
go ahead.
we start the show? Yeah. I just, we here at You Had Me at Bigfoot, of course, we have pregame meetings from time to time where occasionally we will discuss what we're going to have on the show, because every once in a while we put together a show for just kidding. So today, Tom and I were exchanging messages, and the following statement came across to me. Can you speak intelligently about? And I won't give away that part yet. But Tom, if you're going to make it so I have to speak intelligently about anything to be on this show, I want you to know I may have to quit. I'm putting in a notice right here and right now that if it is a requirement before I come on this program that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, you may need to seek out.
Let me clarify, Jerry. When I say speak intelligently, okay?
I see.
I myself don't ever speak intelligently on this program, right? So if you can do sort of what I do with some of the topics that I cover, like if you can do that with whatever I say, hey, can you do that? And I was just shooing it off on you because I'm like, I know the gist of it, but I'm like, I feel like he probably knows more about it, or maybe like his brain isn't fried to the point that mine is. I'm like, I'm gonna pawn that. At this point, I had gone through like multiple other of the topics in this segment. I mean, I think everybody knows what it is because I posted what the topic is in the Discord. But some of the occult symbolism in the commercial, I had gone through like several of the things, and I'm like, I just don't have it in me to do this.
Can we call it symbolism?
Symbology is what it's called.
Symbology. Well, like I prefer symbolism.
Symbolism. That just sounds like another speech impediment thing.
Dude, well, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like something that's in a particular field of conditions that people may have. Maybe Netflix and even Discovery are having shows where people with certain spectrums of that particular tism are going on dates and trying to find jobs and falling in love.
ADHDism. Yeah.
ADHDism, exactly. So if we just call it symbolism, I think we've finally added a something we could get Social Security benefits for, I guess is what I'm getting at, Tom.
Is symbolism, is that like when you see, kind of like schizophrenia, except for like all the stuff that you see and hear is trying to kill you? In symbolism, it's you see imagery, and so it's basically like a real
There's a
thing
symbol
that
everywhere.
exists. Like how we see the pizzas are shaped like the triangle that looks like the boy lover logo from the FBI.
Exactly.
How like everything legitimately is a symbol.
Yes.
Now we have a medical or a psychological diagnosis.
Yes. I mean, it could get right. It can go from that, which is very deep. But for example, have you ever, and I actually do this quite often, so I'm not even sure if I am like self-diagnosing, which of course is what everybody gets to do. By the way, guys, we're changing this show. We're bringing it to Tumblr. We're going to be
next to all the heavy girls with tattoos.
The heavy girls and the furries, and then us.
Okay.
And so,
well, I would like to put us at least between the heavy girls and the furries. I feel like we're number 2, right?
Oh,
like,
I mean, that's fine, but I guess if you actually say that we're in a furry fat girl sandwich, I don't know. Again, I'm not sure how much.
So are you saying, now when you say a furry fat girl sandwich, are we talking
two separate,
about...
those are two separate statements.
Okay, I didn't know if there was like a furry, like a slash, or if it was a furry, fat girl, so like a heavy girl wearing a dog costume with a hole in the back, right? For you to,
see, that's the thing. There may be that person, but we're not going to specify just that it's that. So, for example, the furry may yet actually be the fat girl who smells like ham in literally a furry pig costume.
Why would a pig be furry? Like, you would think that those costumes...
They have the little, like a wild, but like a boar. They have little bits of, they're not...
So I was imagining, like... Can you imagine like a furry costume?
Like a piglet?
Yeah, well, no, I mean like, like the furry costumes where it's like a cartoony pig, but it's also, instead of being fuzzy, like the nice fuzzy costumes that they have, it's like a leather skin, so it's more like a pig, but then also they have to spray it with an oil so that they're always shining, right? Like...
Oh, dude, and Tom, let's go third level, right? Let's go third level. We've got the ham-smelling fat girl in a pig costume with the sheening leather covered in oil at a convention and or an elevator orgy for these sick fucks. And then because of the rubbing either inside the costume or outside the costume, it becomes a flaming pig in a blanket
like
of
Hawaiian
flaming pig in a blanket of a flaming pig.
That is not an image I would like to imagine. I thought you were going to take it to...
And then you're in the middle of it. This is what I'm saying.
Well, now
and now we're in the middle.
I'm back on board, okay? You lost me, and then you brought me back on with just that. I thought you were going to say it was also like a meat packing convention or something, which is also in itself its own kind of double entendre, right?
I was going to say, technically, I think you just did.
Yeah. So, so that's how you get me there, right? You got to have that girl in the leathery costume of a pig sprayed with oil. So she's got somebody who follows her around, of course, and sprays her occasionally with the oil. And then the rubbing from her and the various other oily pigs, someone didn't bring enough oil, right? They end up starting a fire. The meat packing butchers next door, they come in, save the day, have to get naked because they have to like use their aprons, which I assume they were wearing. But for whatever reason, the apron and the clothing come off. They're naked, patting the fat pig lady down. And now it's just a bunch of butchers, a bunch of furries, a bunch of heavy women from Tumblr. Now, can we agree at least that the heavy woman in a furry pig costume at a convention with butchers and whoever headlines that is the queen of Tumblr? Can we agree to that? Okay.
I mean, I agree to it. I haven't had any residency at Tumblr, so I don't know if they'll accept my petition. But I think I'm pretty sure.
I'll say this. I think Bill Gates is on the board of directors for Costco, of all places, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, like this is something I heard from somebody who works at Costco. who I was talking to. She's actually a conspiracy nut, not unlike us. She's actually probably more of a conspiracy nut than we are. But she was talking about how Bill Gates was on the board of directors for Costco. And I said, why? Because, like, what does he know about immunizations? Nothing, right? We know that.
Right.
We've made that argument. We've made that argument throughout this whole pandemic.
Abundantly
what does
clear,
he know about all this stuff that he is pushing? He doesn't even have what did he know about about computers? He didn't even have a college degree. Like, he was good at computers, which is cool.
Right.
But when I'm hiring somebody to take over or if I'm like investing in somebody to start this major computer operation, I want somebody who is institutionally trained in computer education. Whether or not, like, if I watch them and they're a stud on the computer, that's great. But I still want somebody who's institutionally trained on that to keep the stockholders happy, right? That's my that would be my push. But he didn't even have that, right?
And you could falsify that. That's not even that hard.
Yeah,
I mean, just think about that. Like, you could have
easily,
you could easily have just said, oh, I don't know, I passed the bar at UCMB.
I would just find I would find somebody with a diploma that I liked from a school that I liked, and I would just find those 3 people who sign off on it, and I would say, hey man, I'll give you each $100,000 if you sign this diploma.
Dude, don't forget his dad ran Planned Parenthood and was like,
oh yeah, they had
very heavy duty. It's not like
people.
Yeah, it's not like they weren't right. This is what I'm getting at. Is I don't know how. Either they didn't have to because his name wouldn't require it anyway. You know, in other words, it's not just, oh, here's Finding Forrester, if you remember that. You know, oh, here's Forrester, man. He's just this kid from the streets, but he's really good at computer. Like, no, that's not Bill Gates. Like, it's still the name Gates, where they're like, oh, your dad's the eugenicist, right? You could run Costco if you want, I guess.
Well, so that's what the point that I was going to make was the board of directors really has nothing to do with the business at all. Like, you look at the people who pull up any business that has a board of directors and look at the people on it and just look at their qualifications, what they've done with their lives, who they are. Listen to them talk about anything on YouTube. I'm sure you can find their TED Talks and shit. Just pull that stuff up and you'll never see a board of directors where you see somebody on the board of directors and you go, that's a guy who belongs on the board of directors for this company, right? You see Bill Gates is on the board of directors for Costco. What does he know about viruses? What does he know about computers? What does he know about immunizations, medical science? What does he know about groceries and big box retail? Like, what does he know? I doubt anything. I'm genuinely curious what Bill Gates knows about, other than, like, we can reasonably assume that he knows a fair amount about the occult and about gay sex with minors. Like, these are things that we know that he is engaged. He has.
Can I say this about him too, by the way? And this spreads out to the, whether you want to call them Illuminati, whether you want to call it the occult, whatever you want to call it, right? The people in the background, as it were, the ones with the secret bunker in Antarctica, the whole thing. You understand? Imagine for a second. Now, we go over, either in our personal lives or on this show, whether it's Bill Gates, Fauci, Klaus Schwab, all these people, right? We go over them, and they are just the most shady. They look like they stink. They are walking epitomes of Nosferatu and sin, and also virginity somehow, but only, you understand? And I guess what I'm getting at is, you're in this club, and you have to put out a message that diverts from what you're really trying to do. In other words, you have to have someone who goes, look, here's what we're doing, but it's not what we're really doing. So here's what we're doing, right? You know, because they're lying. They're killing everybody right now, and there's still this other thing. And so what I guess I'm getting at is, they chose, out of all the people, to be their salespersons, Klaus, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, 3 people who couldn't be more lizard-like if you tried.
They're not even likable. There's, like...
No, there's nothing. Nothing. and then imagine who's behind them. Is my point. Like, these are the 3 ones where these are the most human we've got. I don't know what else to do. Like,
you know who's behind them?
Was hat das gemacht?
You could be my hero, baby. What? You can't
There's
even
a,
just...
you won't hear it, but on their end, they'll hear the German yelling. They'll hear Adolf Hitler shouting. There's a sound wave. We can't hear it because of a thing that OBS does, but whatever.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
we know it's there in our hearts, really.
Yeah. In your, that voice deep down of Adolf Hitler screeching.
Screaming.
You want to talk about inspirational leaders, okay? No, this is historic, right? This is a historic fact, right?
That's true, yeah.
Adolf Hitler was very popular, right? And look what he did for his nation. I mean, ultimately it didn't end well, but look what he did. He was very, very close. He was like 1 or 2 mistakes away from world domination. He could have had it, but he goofed.
Dude, it's that Norm McDonald joke, right? You ever heard him talk about Germany?
No, maybe.
He goes, okay, so back in the old world, you know how he used to talk, the old World War One. We fought a bunch of people trying to take over the world, and it was the old Germans, and we beat them by only a little bit. And then World War II, there's a World War. They did it again. These Germans, they did it again. They tried to take over the world, and I'll tell you, they almost did it. Now, you might say, oh boy, they must be crazy. Well, gee willikers, they're crazy. But you know what? It was Germany versus the rest of the world, and they nearly won.
And that's,
he said, I mean,
that's what's so funny to me.
You could criticize their ethos. You could criticize some of their tactics.
Yeah, you're going to have some people who don't like what they were fighting for, but the fact that they almost beat the world is pretty impressive. Now, I think, V always used to say, he's like, I think Hitler was onto something. He just went about it the wrong way. Now, the answer, which is why we side with Thanos here, right, on the show. Like, Thanos...
9/10 of the message is about the messenger, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what happens, is a lot of people, how many people... So, here's the thing with Marvel, right? All this stuff was going on with Thanos. We don't see the newspapers in Marvel, right? Like, we don't see the newspapers. We don't see
very
the news
rarely.
We see it occasionally. But you gotta wonder, what these papers were reporting, what the news was reporting. If they're like, hey, Thanos is one, because we get to see it. We see how close Thanos is to getting the next Infinity Stone or whatever. The news is reporting, hey, Thanos is 1 Infinity Stone, and there's like a lot of people who are freaking out, right? They're like, oh, I better get vaccinated before he gets the final Infinity Stone. But then you've got people like us who are like, I gotta say, if his goal is to just wipe out half the universe, just kind of like a lottery, just totally by chance, I'm for it. I think he's got a point. You're going to have a lot of people who are like, you're going to have a lot of people who stand back. You're going to have some people who get involved who are like, hey, Captain America, Cap, what can I do? What can I do to help? And then you're going to have people like us who are like, this isn't our fight. And you see all this stuff that's going on now. You can, you want to laugh at people now who are like, well, I'm just going to wear the mask because it's complacent. The experts told me to wear the mask.
I'm going to go for 5 minutes to get my sausage, dude. I'm just doing what,
I just got, I'm just doing what the experts tell me. And they're the same ones that we pick on, that we point out. We're like, well, in Nazi Germany, technically, you would have been the ones who just kind of let it go. And you're sitting here on your Facebook saying, well, if it were me back then, I would have stood up for the Jews and the gypsies and the gays and the disabled and the cripples and the differently abled. I would have stood up for them. But in reality, those are the people now who are like, well, I'm just doing my job. Hey, the experts told me this and that and the other. But then, like, if you want to be even more ridiculous about it, you can say, okay, well, you're here cheering for the Avengers, right? But
Right.
if you were in that situation, you would stand by and let Thanos get the get the Infinity Stones. Like you
Well,
wouldn't.
dude,
You would just
can
send
I-
money to somebody's PayPal so that they could go fight Thanos, right? Because that's what they do.
Yeah.
Is they just this virtue signaling, right?
Yeah. I fear that what I'm about to say may completely derail this entire show because it may lead to some real. I'm tapping into a couple things here, Tom. I guess is what my concern is. One, nerddom, the comics, the thing that we're talking about currently, which I think both of us could talk about for a while. But then the second part, have you seen? It's a video by the guy Pockets of the Future, and I want to give him credit because I love watching his videos. And he breaks down how Marvel have officially given over to Satanism, essentially. And not Satanism in the actual physical form of Satan and that sort of thing, but literally just in their movie, he's specifically talking about the Eternals here, essentially defying the will of God. Okay. So it reminded me because we were talking about Thanos and how, snap fingers. And by the way, I want to tell Count Rhythm here because I do know why Thanos didn't double the size of the universe. In the comics, because they wouldn't possibly do this on screen because it's too weird. In the comics, Thanos fell in love with Lady Death. And Lady Death, she thought it was, interesting, but wasn't with it. So in order to impress her, he decided to get the Infinity Stones and kill as many people in her name for her, in her name. I'm gonna kill. I mean, his own power to have his throne, sure, but he loved Lady Death, and here's the sacrifice. Here you go.
Was just he's what is it called? The simps. He was simping.
Yes, he was somewhat of a simp. Yeah, he was courting, if you're going to be polite about it, I suppose.
All right.
Well, yeah, and so with the Eternals, okay, I don't know spoilers if any of you haven't seen that piece of shit.
But whatever.
Yeah, it's a pretty woke piece of shit. But if you want to break it down, right? There's this major kind of like robot cyborg god-like creature, and he implants into planets the seeds of oh god, why can't I think of it? Anyway, they're godlike creatures who feed off of the energy on the planet, and after billions of years or millions of years, whatever, they become born, destroying the planet, but then they have the energy, and they are, of course, very much like newborn gods, and they can create universes, they create new planets, they create new lives, and all that sort of stuff. But, of course, it takes for the sacrifice of the planet that,
Yeah.
So the storyline is this robot godlike guy puts the seed in Earth and then sends down what are called deviants to take out all the apex predators who are killing off the humans because he wants the humans to breed and grow, and then there's all that energy for the celestial to then feed off of, right? So you don't want to kill the humans. The humans are going to be the ones that are going to populate. They're going to build shit. They're going to do shit. They're the ones with the brains, so you can't have them just getting killed by monsters. So I'm going to send down my monsters to kill their apex predator, those. The problem is then they became a little bit too they had their own, they became aware, and they said, well, fuck you, I don't want to do that anymore. Fuck you, we're just going to live on our own or whatever. He then makes the Eternals to go down and kill the deviants. And he only tells them part of the truth, which is that the deviants are killing the humans and that they need to save the humans. Now, the rest of it is a very long story where he erases their minds. They've done this a billion times. They don't remember it because he takes their memories and stores them so he could better have them trained, because they're like part robot, cyborg type people, and they're not actually eternal humans, Anyway, long story short, if you look at it from the more metaphorical, it's God sending down beings to sacrifice, yes, the earth, but create more planets, more universes, more this, more that, more lives. It's God's doing this. It's God's will. And there are these, I guess you would say, angels to who have to fight each other. You know, there's the fallen ones or whatever you want to call them, sure, but they have to fight, and then they do this on behalf of God. And then the Eternals, who are literally tasked with following God's will, when they find out the truth, that it is, because they only know the first part, save the humans. The second part they find out, and then they go, well, that seems wrong. We've been here for 1 billion years. We've had relationships. We've had, you know, this, that, and the other. We've grown attached to these people. This seems wrong. God must be wrong. And we're going to stop the celestial, maybe even kill it to save the earth. Even though, so it's literally, if you look at it that way, they're promoting going against God's will, which, if you look at our current state of affairs with the, not the Great Reset, but the grand solar minimum that's coming, which will be reducing the sun's impact on the earth and will put us into a mini ice age, making it difficult to grow food and continue to live. And that if you look at it from the more Eastern-ish side, you have, it's the end of the Kali Yuga, and you're going into a new Yuga, and Karma ruled the first Yuga, and now we're going into another one, as well as this is also the year of the tiger, and the Chinese look at the year of the tiger as this is their year, which when we talk later about the video, remember the tiger, there's another reason for putting that in there, too, that they don't talk about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so...
I saw what you're talking about. Somebody made this connection about, there's like, he says, this is what's going to happen this year. And like, he made this really like, he started it out, you know how like people start out with some like really like out there claim, and you're like, come on. And then they're like, well, hold on, because I've got like 14 other somewhat related things that are just as absurd that's going to tie it all together. You know, that's... Right. It doesn't take that much. I mean, you could have just been like one or two other things and I would have been on board. But this dude like listed a bunch of these things, and yeah, like you said, the Chinese New Year, the tiger, the Metaverse tiger, the some other bullshit with the tiger, like the Beijing Olympics or something, right? There's a tiger on the flag. He's like, yep, tiger. It's going to lead to... I don't remember what it was. Whatever absurd thing that he said.
Well, they also believe,
that was a big
for example,
deal.
here's another...
So.
Well, yeah, here's another big deal, too. It was supposed to be that the Illuminati supposedly believe in a lot of these solar eclipses that occur. And there's a certain amount of them that happen between now and, I think, 2030, which aligns with the Great Reset. And at some point, there's supposed to be a volcanic eruption around a solar eclipse. And I guess there was a mini solar eclipse, and then the Tonga thing happened. So this is all lining up.
What's
and
the
I
Tonga
think the
thing?
year...
Is that the volcano in the water?
That's the volcano in the water that erupted, which now may spread ash. Right, which now may spread ash all over the place and ruin crops yet again. So you see them trying to separate us from God's other earthly creatures by killing off people's pets all over the place, killing off chickens under bird flu. They're killing off pigs in different places, saying they have swine flu, and then they're killing off cows. They're literally in England going door to door finding people's chickens and taking them. In China, they're killing off pets in pet shops because they claim that hamsters had COVID and other kinds of shit. And so they're literally trying to separate us from God's creatures. They're trying to kill us with the vaccine so we could reduce the number into a controlled amount of population. And the Chinese are trying to win the battle in total, which of course will bring total global communism. And if you look at their actions right now, they're hoarding and buying at triple the rate that they used to reserves of food and other energy sources and stuff. So they know either A, they're going to go full bore for it because it's the year of the tiger, so they're going to try to fuck the world up. And then secondly, they also know that the grand solar minimum is here and that they better have all these reserves. And because we're a bunch of simps over here in America, we're selling all our shit to everybody because they know that they have to kill all of us because we're too weaponized and we wouldn't just go out quietly like a lot of the other simp countries that you see. Not to mention, you know, there are states that control whether you have to take a jab, this, that, and the other. So, you know, it's not as much a totality, like, you know, just all of Ireland, you know, it's like that's, yes, that's Rhode Island for us. You know what I mean? So that's anyway. Long story short, that is a theory from the Eternals anyway, and you could look at it as a turn from even Thanos, which again, if you think about the fact that they eliminated the Lady Death angle, and then you get more philosophical and ask, well, wait, why didn't he just double the universe? Because if a snap of the finger can do one thing and make things happen, why wouldn't he? Well, of course, it's evil, so to speak, yes. But if under the guise of we have to restart, it's the new Yuga or this, that, or the other, and you, as the Avengers, went on a time travel spree to literally go in the face of a god or whatever, you know,
Here's
God decreed this. Yes.
Here's a tough one for you, and everybody in the chat, I want you to participate on this as well. If you were in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, okay, you were just somebody in, you know, who you weren't related to anyone in the Avengers or any of that shit. You were just like a regular old pedestrian civilian hanging out, going to your regular job, and all this shit is going
Right.
on, and you're like somewhat aware of it because this sort of thing happens. You know, robots fly around in the sky in New York City and shit.
Like, why haven't I moved?
Yeah. You've got Iron Man landing in your cornfield, you know, coming in at whatever, like super fast and shit. You've got all this stuff going on, but you're just a dude, right? Who cares?
Yeah, sure.
And this Thanos situation happens. He snaps, half the universe is gone.
Right.
Would you, because, okay, so you've got a family, right? Would you rather be the snapped or the snappy, right? Would you rather still be here and some of your family is gone and you have to deal with that? Or would you rather be the one who disappears knowing that your family now has to go through the hurt of your of you being lost?
Right.
Like, what do you do? Like, which one is preferential, right?
Yeah, well, I guess it comes down to your faith too, right? Because if you don't have faith that you or anyone else is going somewhere good, or maybe that you could see them again, or where they're feeling no pain, whatever it is that you believe, right? If you don't believe that, then you certainly don't want that to happen to yourself, but you really don't want to see it happen to, let's say, your baby or your wife or your husband or whatever. Now, if you don't have that belief, that's a real conundrum. But if you have the belief and you don't want them to suffer, then the true lack of suffering is them leaving, right? The true lack of suffering is them going back to God or whatever you would believe. So then I guess at that point you would say, all right, well, I'll roam the earth, become a like Hawkeye. Yeah, I was going to say, just become Hawkeye, lose all faith, and have to be redeemed just before saving my friend from falling over a cliff, which of course fails. But I guess I would, as much as I don't want to say it, because it seems so awful.
I know what you're going to say already, just because of that.
Yeah, I think I'd have to be the tortured one on Earth, and they'd go to God.
Yeah. Rather
than them suffer.
You monster.
Yeah. I mean, that's,
That's
and then I
one.
guess the thing, what would you do?
What would I do? I would do the same thing that you would do. I would rather be the one, because I've thought about this in the past. I'm like, man, at some point, either I am going to die and my wife is going to continue living, or she is going to die and I am going to continue living. One or the other is going to happen.
Right.
It's inevitable. And it's whether it's like a situation like Johnny Cash and June Carter, where it's like the span of 4 months, or if it's like my grandma, who my pop-up died in 1994, and my grandma is still around. She never remarried because she's like, we had a good run. I'm not going to remarry. That'd be, but she's still around, all this time later.
Right.
And so I think about it like that. I'm like, would I want now again, you have to kind of like toot your own horn a little bit and be like, now I know my family would be terribly upset if I was gone, if I died. You kind of have to put that on your family and assume that they would be hurt by your disappearance.
You would, Well, Tom, I'm going to throw I'm going to throw another one in there for you. In this post-apocalyptic type world, we have to assume they're not going to get the benefits Like like say a life insurance policy for me or something, or like your veterans benefits or something. That doesn't exist in this whole, you know what I'm saying? Like they're going to have to hope that and I'm not trying to be funny, but as two women, depending on their age at the time of the snap, they're going to have to try to fend off a fuckload of stuff. And they don't even have the luxury of like paying off the house with my life insurance. Like they don't even have.
Do you think in this post-apocalyptic world, for the women, who had it tougher? The women or the men, right? You know, the husbands or the wives. Who had it tougher? Do you think in a situation like that, do you think all of a sudden the bandits run around, the raiders run around, and they rape and pillage the now widowed women? Do you think
let's
that's
say
something that
if it only takes one? Well, think about it this way, right? Let's say maybe it's not like rampant, because even the never-do-wells have to recover a little bit emotionally from what just happened, right? And there are a lot of empty houses to look through. I mean, that's the other thing.
That's a lot of busy work.
That's a lot, yeah. A lot to do. But okay, if Hawkeye went and started hunting down the evil people, there were still evil people. Yeah. He still had places to go to take out people who were still being evil. It's not just like they said, look, after the snap, I found God, whatever. Yeah. And he's like, fuck you, I don't care. He literally was just still killing people who were doing bad shit. So, yeah. I mean, it might not be like Chicago bad, because just lack of people or whatever.
Couldn't possibly be. We're talking about the MCU, not real life Chicago.
That's right. Yeah. So it couldn't be that bad, but the heroes save you from somebody at all times, right? I mean, that's,
Where's Hawkeye when you need it? There's like a woman being raped by an after snap bandit, and she's thinking, where's Hawkeye when you need him? And he's in Japan, and he's like, what are you doing?
Right.
You're not supposed to be here. Okay, well let's move on. I did have to say this. I have a joke for you. I like to preface my jokes by saying I have a joke for you, so you know that it's a joke, because sometimes they're not funny, but I need you to know that I'm trying to be funny. Okay. I was reading, I think it popped up on Breaking 911 or on Disclose or whatever. It said that in Atlanta there was a stabbing in a school, in a high school, and there were 2 people who were stabbed, right? And there were 3 people taken into custody. So the first thing I thought was, well, one of those people is not very good at stabbing, right? Because, only 2 people got stabbed. And the third person, they're in the locker room or in the bathroom or whatever, and they're like, okay, you're going to get Jerry, you're going to get Tom, and you're going to get Mike, right? And then they're like, okay, break. And then they run out with their knives, and then one guy stabs me, the one guy stabs you, and then the other guy goes to stab Mike, who does one of these, whoo, and then somebody jumps and tackles
also
him.
Calls 911 at the same time.
Ho! The SRO, the school resource officer or whatever, he shows up and tackles the guy, and then all 3 of them go to jail. Now, can you imagine in the drunk tank or in the holding cell or whatever, the razzing that the third guy is going to get, right? Because he was arrested for the other guys they were all arrested for the same thing. Attempted assault with a deadly weapon, whatever it is. He's going to get charged with the same thing, even though he didn't make contact. But
see, what I thought was crazy just about it too, by the way? I hear what you're saying, but as soon as when you were telling the story, here's where my mind goes. I was like, do they arrest people for world starring right now? Like, in other words, the Flava Flav of the gang violence, like there's 2 guys stabbing
the other guys, the hype
other people,
man.
And he just goes, yeah, motherfucker, and they're like, get him too. Every single time. He's at every scene. Enough is enough. He's
disorderly conduct. Get him.
He's getting money off of YouTube. He's on World Star. He's selling his mixtape at the murder scene. We can't take this anymore.
Well, And I think we're gonna see, now that you mentioned that, we're gonna see mixtapes at murder scenes drop by 50%. Just with this guy's apprehension, we're gonna see far less mixtapes at murder scenes. And I think that's unfortunate in a time in which employment we're struggling with record high unemployment.
It's a difficult time.
I think it's important that we keep mixtapes at murder scenes. That's somebody's.
Do you think they'll resurface
album.
at funerals instead? I mean, they've been doing the selfies at wakes. I just imagine the next one is the mixtape at the funeral.
Mixtape at the funeral. I think that these are all really good song titles for bands like My Chemical Romance and Fall Out Boy, right? Like, you know how they have like the silly names for their songs. I think mixtape at the murder scene and would you say mixtape at a funeral or?
I said mixtape at a funeral and selfie at a wake.
Selfie at a wake. I think these are all great ideas, and we should send them in, and we should recommend them. But yeah, I think otherwise, we do need to focus on keeping these guys. I'd rather them be peddling their mixtapes at a funeral than out in the streets doing who knows what. You know what I mean? This is how gangs.
That's true.
How gangs form and shit. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see that on. We don't want to wish that on anybody. Okay, so that concludes this week's. What do we call that? The duologue. What let's do the welcomes and we'll do the shot and because I already know what we're cheersing to.
Okay.
So yeah.
I will say I do have I know we have a lot of other stuff, but I did actually prepare weekly. Whoopsies
The weekly whoopsies.
In the event,
What was it called? What was the wacky whoopsies or
the wacka whoopsie?
I knew it was something with a W with a speech impediment. What is it with us with speech impediments today?
I don't know. I've been drinking, but not that much.
Okay. Well, go ahead and do your whoopsies.
Okay. All right. We can do this. Okay. So, as promised, 5 whoopsies. Waka Whoopsies of the week. Or whatever. Okay. Here we go. So, here is the stats from the successful successful lockdowns. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Remember those? Well,
I remember hearing good things.
They worked out so well. Let me tell you. Here we go. Drum roll, please. Lockdowns pushed 130 million people into abject poverty, 400,000 new deaths from tuberculosis, tens of millions more babies died of malaria, 325,000 Americans skipped chemo in spring of 2020, 50% of heart attack stroke victims didn't call an ambulance, 60 to 75% of cancer screenings were missed, 85% of living organ transplants were not done, 300% increase in teenage self-harm, 200 to 300% increase in teenage anxiety and depression, 52% of college-age kids gained unwanted 28 pounds in 2020. And that's just
as a teen.
Yeah, me too. And that is just a snippet of the successes from the beautiful work of the lockdowns. Okay, moving on. Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the old death certificate of a poor COVID victim, if you were to look at the cause of death, Tom, what do you think's on there?
Well, I would like to say it was, I don't know. I say
COVID.
So
right? I mean, if you're a COVID
death, because I'm thinking. Well, I know.
Whoa!
More
watch
than I
out
should.
now.
I know.
Watch out.
Let me put my helmet on here. No, I'm thinking that I know more than the average bear. So I know
that's the problem. Yeah. Put your normie hat on.
95%, I believe, was the newest number. 95% of people who died.
You're
COVID.
taking it from me. You're taking it from me.
Okay, no, then I'm not gonna. You go ahead, please. I don't know.
So
I would say it says COVID on it.
That's right. You would think if you died from COVID, it would say COVID. You would think if you died from a car accident, it would say car accident, and so on and so on. But no. from our beloved overlords at the CDC. 95% of COVID deaths had at least 4 other causes listed on its certificate. Whoopsies! Whoopsies! At least 4. I want to stress again, at least 4. They didn't say up to 4, like maybe you have 1 or 2, and some people had up to 4. No, at least 4. Okay.
Can I ask you something, Jerry?
Yes, please.
At least 4.
Mm-hmm.
How are there people with
alive
more than
with that
4
many problems?
comorbidities walking the earth? Like,
Dude.
name... Okay, I'm thinking... Okay, diabetes. Okay, that's a comorbidity because you can absolutely die of diabetes.
That's right.
Cancer. Okay, I think it's perfectly reasonable. I probably know a couple people right now who have diabetes and cancer.
Old as shit. Maybe... That's one.
Old? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's
old as shit.
One. That's 3. Now what
else?
And
then kidney. I don't know, like
overweight,
kidney
obese. We could say obese.
Obesity. Sure. Yeah. Maybe they suffocated on their.
Tom,
they suffocated on their own man titty.
Jerry, I would hope that's not the case. First of all, the second.
Could you imagine finding that body, just a dude's tit in his own mouth? Just...
Yeah, that would be worse than like finding a guy with his dick in his mouth. I'm like, well, I get what this guy was trying to do. I have no idea what this guy was trying to do with his, his own man boob in his mouth. Now, when we've just come up with probably the most reasonable one, like the most believable one. Because we could sit here and we could make a lot of jokes about like, oh, he had AIDS and he had a bullet hole in his head and he had a knife jutting out of his eyeball. Like we could come up with some silly
car
things.
Accident,
yeah,
all kinds
and he's in a car accident and then he has COVID, by the way, when they bring him in. They're like, oh, shit, he had COVID.
Well, let's look at George. Excuse me.
But hold on.
Yeah.
We've come up with the most rational one. Okay, they have diabetes, they're overweight, they're old, and they have cancer. Okay, that's a believable human being. If that person dies of COVID, who's gonna now? Okay, my grandma, for instance. My grandma she's old. She is overweight. But I mean, I'm overweight, so that's not an insult. I'm not attacking my grandma, my dear sweet grandma. I would never say a hurtful thing about her. She's had cancer.
These are facts. We're sticking to facts. That's all.
Yeah, she's had cancer twice, and she's beaten cancer twice now, and she's got diabetes. This is a person that, like, I'm like, okay, yeah. If that person died of cancer, I would be sad that I lost my grandma. Would I be surprised? That would I be like, oh, this pandemic, how she had COVID and she survived, by the way. She had COVID. She didn't even know she had it at the beginning of COVID. And she went in she thought she had a cold and it turns out it was COVID. But anyways, she didn't get put on a ventilator. They just sent her home and said, just eat soup or whatever. But this is the person that we're talking about who, if they had COVID and they died, I would be bummed because my grandma died. That would be a real shame. But she has lived a good life. She has lived a great life. She's been, I love my grandma. She's been great. But if she died of COVID, I would say, well, that sucks. That is a real bummer. I hate that this had to happen. The end. I wouldn't say, oh, this pandemic is out of control. We must do something. I would say.
You might also say to yourself.
Old people with cancer and diabetes who are overweight, they die. It happens.
Yeah.
You don't need to introduce COVID to it. If she died without COVID, I would say, oh, that sucks. She was a great grandma. I loved her, and I will miss her dearly. I don't curse the oxygen around her and say, oh, this world was too much for my grandmother, and she's dead now. It's why people are freaking out about people with at least 4 comorbidities. Those are people that God has sent a very clear message. Hey,
that's right.
Hey, grandma, it is time for you to come home. Stop going to the doctor. Like, I know Medicare pays for it, but stop. I want you to come home to me. Come be with your late husband.
Dude, what's that old god? It was I can't remember. It's like I don't know how to describe it, but except like, someone says, oh, I kept asking God for this, asking God for that, and then God says, I did this, I did that. It's how many times do I have to tell you?
Right.
Like,
I could tell you the joke, but you've got the gist of it right there.
Yes, you get the gist. So that's really what it is, right? It's like, I gave you about 10 different reasons to fucking kick rock, like, to die.
All you had to do was just not.
Yeah, just not. Just, just don't. But yeah, imagine there are plenty of people around the world who saw their elderly, fat, cancer-riddled or cancer survivor, 88-year-old or whatever.
Yeah, well, she's older than that.
And, or whatever, no, but and I'm just, I'm trying to think of a number where people would accept it, right?
It should be 70. It should be,
but there's no question with 88. You know what I mean?
Okay.
There's
I
just
get
no. So, okay, 88-year-old, obese, double cancer, triple cancer, whatever, chain smoking, lymphoma, whatever, trach in the mouth or trach in the throat thing, and they go, fucking COVID, I got to get vaccinated. Just imagine, that's your response. They fucking took my grandma. Okay, well,
Sir,
oh, well, she's 96. She still smokes 3 packs of Camel unfiltered. She lived on nothing but bacon or whatever. And then you just go, and how old? 96. Wow, I can't believe this thing is spreading like wildfire. I don't get it. All right. Speaking of people who are not old, I got another one. Study. Vaccinated men under 40 have more myocarditis than a natural COVID infection. So, okay. A natural medicine paper published on December 14, 2021 suggests that myocarditis after the second dose of Moderna was higher than myocarditis after a COVID infection for people under the age of 40, meaning that if COVID completely ravaged your fucking body, you're on your back, you're on a ventilator, which they're using to try to kill you because you get paid $30,000 by the government per ventilator. It doesn't actually help you. It's reverse. It's not. Okay. And then you survive.
Have you ever heard of somebody dying at home with COVID? You haven't. Spoiler
No,
alert.
you haven't. Yeah, you haven't. And without 4 fucking comorbidities, no, you also haven't. But, let's say here's this magical person, their chances of getting myocarditis are apparently far, 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 far less likely than if you just get a shot, which will also let you get sick. Now, moving along, since we are on a time constraint, Tom, how many times can we talk about this? My goodness. All right. Are you ready? Can you believe? Wait a minute. Okay. I'm going to phrase it like.
Whoopsies? Is this a new whoopsies?
This is another whoopsies here, Tom. I got
ready.
like I said, I got a lot of whoopsies. I'm running through them now. Okay. This is
I've
the
got
second
a thing
to last.
that I've got to do every time you do a whoopsies. It's the whoopsies. It's
I
the
see it
toasty
and I
guy.
love it. Oh, it's so good. All right, Tom, if I was to ask you, if you heard that there was an avalanche of miscarriages and stillborn babies in the last couple of years, what would you blame? Put on your normie hat, Tom. Normie hat.
I would blame climate change.
You fucking prick. Okay. So after climate change, also possibly COVID, which we know are also ravaging the.
Okay, regular COVID, not the COVID vaccine. I was guessing the wrong thing.
No. It's COVID/climate change, the same thing that is ravaging people with 4.5 pre-existing conditions, comorbidities. Believe it or not, FOIA documents are saying the opposite. Tom, FOIA documents reveal Pfizer shot caused an avalanche of miscarriages and stillborn babies. Among the first reports handed over by Pfizer was a cumulative analysis of post-authorization adverse event reports describing events reported to Pfizer up until February of 2021, which means there's a whole year's worth of information that just doesn't fucking exist yet. And we already know that women are losing babies, quote, in an avalanche of miscarriages and stillborns, brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, now, Thousands. Last one. Shock. Thousands on Twitter say, quote, they regret getting the vaccine and that the side effects are worse than COVID. Amid reporting on a variety of studies that find direct causal relationships between an increase in deaths in countries with higher levels of vaccination, seemingly countless Americans are now expressing their regret that they ever took the vaccine. Thousands of individuals across social media have come out expressing their regret. Vaccines have not stopped the lockdowns. They've not stopped people from feeling sick. They've not stopped travel restrictions. They have, however, made people rich while causing thousands of victims to develop incurable vaccine-related ailments. And below is a short list of individuals, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read them, but essentially, phrases pulled out of it are incredible. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people took to Twitter and other parts of social media with the old regret, the old wake up next to the guy you don't remember, Tom. That whole thing. Except this time, it's a plunger you can't get out of your system. If you get my drift, it's a little bit of the deep thing in your big pore. You know what I'm saying? You can't get it out, and it's not going to pay the rent. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a shame.
You're fucking
because,
dead. I mean, excuse me.
Well, not yet. They've got
not yet. No,
they've got 3 years, 3 to 5 years, right?
That's right. So, cheers to the thousands of people full of regret. But, Tom, as a side note, if they got pregnant after taking the vaccine, they likely lost the baby. So where's the...
Oh, those poor bastards.
Oh, fuck, man. Oh. No, but this is all God's work, everybody. Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know what, I think people that... No, go ahead, please.
Minor comment. I was being sarcastic. There's, technically speaking, a theory about this. I was watching the other day. Tom, I don't know how you feel about this. If you believe that we are going through a yuga, and it's changing from one to the other, and that there will be sort of a reckoning spiritually and all that, is it not potentially God's will and mercy to take the babies before they come into this world, and what happens is about to happen? Take the babies back to heaven and so forth. It's something I heard the other day, and I thought, well, that's a hell of a way of coping, but I don't know.
You know what, Jerry? I have struggled with this, and I'm going to keep it very brief. I have thought about this, and I may have even mentioned it on the show recently, or whatever. I struggle with abortion. I'm very pro-life.
Sure, yeah.
And
right.
I think even the Down syndrome babies, I think the babies that are to be born with, with conditions that are not favorable, obviously, either for the parents' convenience or...
Yeah, most people would prefer an up syndrome,
Right. Nobody... Some parents, they know it's going to be it's going to be a tough road to hoe having a Down syndrome baby. It is. Right. Because you end up having to care for them for 30, 40 years, and then they typically die young. But either way, you're into your retirement ages, you're taking care of another human being, which, but you should have also thought about that before you started having sex unprotected in your 40s and 50s,
Sure, yeah.
Now, I think... I don't agree with abortion. You're not going to convince me that abortion is right.
Sure.
I do think that there are certain circumstances where I think there are situations in which when somebody tells me we aborted the baby, this is why he was going to have a life that was going to be just terrible for him. He wasn't going to experience any kind of joy. It was just going to be awful for him. And if they seemed genuine that their reasoning was we love our child enough to not put him through that. Those kids that are going to be in a wheelchair, unaware of the world around them.
Like they have no torso, they're just a drooling mess kind of thing.
Weird like that. I think when people say something like that, and I'm like, hey, I get it. I'm not going to bust... I don't really pick on anybody who has an abortion. I will talk bad about people who have an abortion for convenience, where they're like, oh, I was fucking my boyfriend and we forgot to wear a condom, and a few weeks later, I found out I was pregnant. So
Tom, it was my one. Tom, it was my one night of the week without butt stuff, and wouldn't you know it?
Believe it or not, in that certain circumstance, I would say, I would absolutely be like, well, you're a murderer. You just murdered somebody. But I think in certain circumstances, I'll forgive anybody if they feel genuine regret, because I have met people who regretted getting an abortion. They were like, I couldn't do it, and I was stupid, I was in a bad place, and I made a really dumb mistake, and I hope that one day God will forgive me. In those certain circumstances, I'm like, okay, I get it. But there are certain people who, if they do it for a matter of convenience, and they're like on their 5th punch card or whatever, getting abortions.
The Pizza Hut personal. Do you remember those with the reading club? You would have to read it.
They're on their 5th jewel being stuck to it or whatever.
And you're about to get that free personal pan, my friend. Yeah,
and they're and all they had to do was go in and get their cells scraped, as they call it. They have to redefine and rephrase all this stuff. Newspeak, right? All that stuff with 1984. They have to change the words so that they don't feel so they don't admit that they're like throwing away a human being, killing a human being. I think in situations like that, like what you said about, I have had that same thought go through my head where I'm like, I would rather that baby go into heaven transfigured into perfection, what they were supposed to be, given all the right circumstances leading up to that point, with God the Father. I would rather that child be there than be here, a drooling mess, being left in the room with a tablet, by parents who don't love it. Right. I think that that's honestly a better circumstance for that child. Now, would I ever encourage somebody to do that? No, absolutely not. Now, what you say about the vaccine, like letting these kids off the hook, it's essentially what it is. It's like letting these kids off the hook so they don't have to, because babies are going to come out retarded when you're vaccinated.
Well, forget even that, Tom. Let's just say they're fine in a sense, right? Like, let's just say they would otherwise have been fine. Yeah. I'm even saying, or what the yogi that I saw make this comment said was that, okay, we know the grand solar minimum's happening. We know that all the satanic stuff is happening. We know that it's the end of the yuga, which is going to bring, sort of a different version of the apocalypse type situation, blah, 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 all the things. If it means that they don't have to go through that,
it lets them off the hook in that regard, too.
Well, that was his point, and it wasn't in regards to abortions. It was the miscarriages and all that stuff, which is,
that was the comparison that I was.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's not the baby's fault either way, anyway, right? So you have to kind of.
Yeah, and I had been thinking about that lately. I'm like, man, I am awfully hard on the people who get abortions or whatever, which I should be. I think you should be for people who have them for convenience, but I think
it's also a hell of a choice. I mean.
Not for some people.
I know.
It's a matter of like, it's no different than going in and which scratch-off ticket they want to pick. Like, that's the decision-making process that some of these people have when they go in to abort a human being, and that's the sort of thing that I find it difficult to forgive. Unless they come around later and they're like, yeah, I fucked up. I've known a couple people who were like, yeah, I was really stupid. I made a huge mistake and I regret it. I wouldn't have been a good mother at the time. I can reflect back on that. However, I really wish I wouldn't have. I should have given him up for adoption. I should have done any number of things that I could have done but it was just a matter of convenience and I was selfish. So yeah, I think you've got a point. I think your yogi has a point. It does let them off the hook of the upcoming difficult. You got a lot of people who are going to be familiar with the Book of Revelation who can say, well, it's going to be a really rough time when these events in Revelation happen. It's going to be a rough time with this transition to the new Yugi. Is that what you're calling it?
It's a Yuga. So Kali Yuga, okay. The end is, yes. So the next, it's like another phase. And so when you come out of this one, this is more karma based and it's a bit more vicious and selfish. And basically the theory is that now that you're at the end of this cycle, essentially we've all most human beings, not maybe us here, not maybe those in the chat, but most human beings in this statement. At this point in the yuga, in this point of our earthly cycle, in this point of humanity, are so severed off from God, from the spirit, whatever you want to call it, from earth, from nature, from all of it. We're so detached, but mostly from God, that we have lost our ways so much that that's really the only way that all this evil shit could happen. Because, you know, even if there is a reason to it by the end, that, you know, you are going through the cycle, this is going to happen, whatever you think is coming. And why? You have to have you have to set the scene. You can't just, where everybody's attached to God, nobody's praying to the devil, to the money, to the sex, to the like drugs. You have to have, you can't have this world of bliss and God praying and servitude and humble, and then also go, hey, I need you to go out there and kill half of everybody or whatever. You're not going to find that person, or at least it'd be rather conflicted, and you probably wouldn't even have a society where they'd have the technology to do that, because you'd always be too scared of God's wrath and what you're going to do to the rest of God's planet and all these sorts of things. We're too detached. We don't have our souls connected to the Lord, to the Spirit, to God. We have such a disconnect that it is only now that we could do it. And therefore, you know, that's how you go from this one cycle into the next, where essentially those who do actually reclaim their soul's path, reclaim their spot with God, will survive in one way or another. Whether that means, you know, to them in the yoke, in that sort of Eastern thing, they think that it's going to be that your spirit will awaken and rise out of your body and not see the rest of the destruction. You will be sort of, it's a version of that apocalypse thing where you go up to have, except it's not your physical body, it's just your mind expansion and different other things and whatnot. So there are all different beliefs upon it, but essentially it's that. I guess
Jerry,
I think I've explained it well enough.
That sounds like a lot of new age gobbledygook. So no, okay. Yeah, that answered my question. That was a new term to me. I'm not familiar with the Eastern type. I'm not as good at that Tibetan. My experience with all that is from Far Cry 4, which is an amazing game. I really enjoyed it. All right, I have Far Cry 6, and I've got to play it and beat it before school starts in the next couple weeks. So, all right, let's.
Can I also say, by the way, just Chris, congratulations. Congratulate. I can't say enough congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah, Chris. He's talking about how, for those of you who are listening to this at a later date, Chris was talking about how they tried so hard to vax my wife through her pregnancy, but no jab and healthy baby. There was another individual in the chat who also had a baby during this time, and she got COVID very, very close to giving birth to her child. I don't know if she wants me to say her name, so I'm not going to say it out loud, but she got COVID like very close to delivering the baby, and the baby came out. She didn't get vaxxed. She was fine with the COVID. She was hospitalized and all that stuff, but she recovered. She was just fine. And the baby was born. Beautiful, healthy baby. And so it's always, you love to see it, a baby being born after such strong convictions of telling the doctors to go ahead and fuck off with their vax. Let's do the hellos. Chris Rose, Jake, who is now the champion. He's now the belt holder. Jake Hoob, J-Dub, No Name, Mike in Manitoba, Your Face, Mosley Wave, Efrain Flores, Don Trout, Megabit Banshee, which we have to wish him a very happy birthday, Mr. Megabit Banshee.
Oh, happy birthday.
Mr. Metaverse Facebook. Count Rhythm, Stephicus 2010, who... she's like the only one with a name that is designed like a username. And then Critter Me Timbers, who jumped in very, Very happy to have Critter Me Timbers here, as always. It's always a pleasure to have her, the meme queen. And we are cheersing to. Here's my here's my recommendation. You can correct me. You can tell me otherwise.
Okay.
What if you would like to do it to something else?
Oh no, please.
As you know, in Canada, there is a convoy.
Yes.
That is crossing the great nation of Canada on its way to Ottawa.
Yes.
To block off some supply routes, some trade routes, to just do some general sabotage, which is awesome.
Real Smokey and the Bandit stuff right
Yeah,
there.
great stuff. And I have to take back all the mean things that I've said about Canada. So all 2 things that I've ever said about Canada that were unkind, I take them back because Canada is somehow like leading the world in just general badassery during this COVID. When the Canadians have had enough, that's how you know you've gone too far. All right. So
Yeah.
to the truckers, and then also happy birthday to Critter Me Timbers. Can't forget her. She mentioned that her birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday.
Yes,
2
happy
hours
birthday.
early. But cheers to the Canadian shenanigan truckers.
Yes, and as I finish my shot, I want to mention that I have heard that there are U.S. truckers looking to parallel on our side because, of course, they can't go over.
Well, unless they're vaxxed.
Well, yeah, right. So they can't go over to join them, but instead they're trying to parallel the routes and support them in that same way. So to those truckers as well. While I understand...
Oh, well, hold on. Okay, well, now I got to pour another glass because you added it after I already took my shot.
I'm so sorry. You were talking
okay.
so well. I couldn't possibly look.
I'm willing to.
I don't
I'm willing
think we're
to
ever
take an
going to
extra shot
compliment
for the. Remember, I said. I said,
for truckers in Canada.
how can I go up? I wish I could go up and hang out with them. What can I do to help them out? Because even the money, if you wanted to donate to their cause,
they're considered terrorists. You're donating to terrorism, right?
You can't donate. They're keeping the $5 million that has been raised. So to the
Unreal.
Americans who are also joining, and any illegal aliens, I don't know if there are any. I have to assume there are because there's whatever. But to anybody who is joining the brave Canadians, the brave Leafs up to the north, America's hat. To those folks who are out there doing what we should have all been doing a long time ago, to the first shot, the shot heard around the world, to all of them, thank you, and here's to you.
Yes, thank you, and God bless. Godspeed.
Okay, that is that dill pickle vodka, very good stuff. But
okay,
man, it's got my, you know, when you eat something sour, like a warhead.
Yeah, you're a little puckered.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now because that was I've been sipping that too as we talked because it's a fun taste. It's an interesting taste.
Sure.
So what are we talking about today, Jerry? What's going on? What's the poop?
Well, I'll tell you, Tom. A wise young man hit me up and said, "Hey, I think we should talk about something on the show today." And I said, "Oh, you rascal! That's incredible. What are you, serious?" So we that same lad said, "You know, I think we should talk about the old metaverse." And I said, "Metaverse? You mean Wetaverse? Because it makes me so hot." And you said, "Stop it, you're gay." And you said, "It is therefore a betaverse." So really, however you describe it, we are talking about what is probably the Illuminati plan for all of us siphoned through man-lizard Mark Zuckerberg, the metaverse, right? That is
Betaverse, yeah. So
Betaverse, yes. Betaverse.
I have to point out our funny names that I thought were really, really funny when I
Oh,
wrote
I
them.
am so jealous of yours, by the way. So good. Big
Well,
Click Energy is the fucking funniest thing I've seen.
Well, see,
That
I
is
gave
so
you
good.
the good one because I'm like Mr. Metaverse. You know, you've got the Mr. Universe, you've got the tough
Oh,
guy,
yeah.
right? You know, you've got the muscles and shit. Mr. Metaverse 2022 participant, and then
Dude,
mine,
do you
of
think I
course,
could
being
get a ribbon?
the meta
like,
male,
made up
the
somewhere?
Meta male, Big Click Energy. I could probably drum something up for you. Yeah, I could. We could. You know
Dude.
what we could do? We could make that the next shirt, and there you go. It'll have
That's
like the ribbon
such a good idea.
hanging around your neck with like the the muscles and the washboard ab or whatever.
Yeah.
Do something like
Yeah,
that.
instead of a tuxedo shirt, we have
The Metaverse, Mr.
the
Metaverse.
That's it. Participation trophy. You could have the participation trophy on the pocket, maybe, or
Well, it's a ribbon. You
right,
placed.
right. That's right. Yeah.
You didn't place.
No, Tom. Excuse me, Tom. We're in the metaverse. Everybody gets a trophy.
Everybody wins.
So, everybody.
You know what, Jerry?
I have to
Doggone
correct
it.
even myself. I said the ribbon, but we have to.
Jerry, I gotta tell you, a lot of times I see things and I'm just like, oh, ha ha ha, this is silly,
Right.
And that's what I thought of the metaverse when I first saw the commercials, when I first saw all this stuff.
Yeah.
The more research I did, the angrier I got. Because
it goes from absurd to angry, right? You're like, oh, that's
of what you just said. Yeah, turning it into this everybody gets a trophy type world. I mean, we'll get into some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And we can actually just jump right into it. I'm sure in recent months, I'm sure some of you guys have seen the commercial where when Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg came out, as Jerry said, with his lizard-like features, came out and said that they were changing the title of Facebook to Meta. Like the parent company was going to be called Meta because they wanted to launch this VR, AR, virtual reality, augmented reality universe. And they released a commercial that was really weird, if you remember it. And I hope that you guys do remember it, at least vaguely, because I'm going to show some pictures here that we can talk about. But I don't want to show the commercial again, because in the same way that I wouldn't show people sigils of like in some of my demonic books and shit, I don't know what the impact would be of showing you directly the sigil. I don't know what the impact would be of showing you this video, spiritually or whatever. So we're going to show you some of the pictures. We're not going to replay the video or anything, but maybe you guys recall some of well, let me just go ahead and show you here. This is the symbol of the Meta symbol for the company, if it wants to ever transition over.
There we go.
You can see it says Meta, but this little symbol is kind of the weird thing that I'd like to talk about a little bit here real quick.
Now, Tom, originally when you saw that, were you like me and thought to yourself, well, that's a shitty Pringle?
I thought it's one of those see-through Pringles.
Yes,
I didn't think of that.
I
wish I could say I thought of that. When I saw it, yeah, I'll tell you what I thought, Jerry.
Okay.
When I saw it, I didn't think much of anything. I saw it, and here's probably the greatest insult you can give to anybody is to just not even give them the time.
No fucks given. That's how that goes. Yeah.
Not even just see it and think, well, that's not interesting, and just move on with your day. Like, I didn't put any thought in. Unfortunately I've spent an entire day now at this point doing this, but in the beginning, that was a terrible marketing situation, because I should have been one of the target demographics, right? Like, I should have been one of the guys that they were looking for, and I wasn't interested. It didn't blow me away. So anyways, this Meta symbol, this is where it gets kind of weird with the occult, okay? As you recall, this snake eating its tail situation, the Ouroboros symbol of a serpent eating its tail, is an ancient Egyptian and Greek, used in Gnosticism and alchemy. It represents a unity of all things material and spiritual. They never disappear, but perpetually change from an eternal cycle of destruction and recreation. And that's not just like some weird definition that I pulled from some random site. That's from Encyclopedia Britannica, by the way.
I was gonna say I have like literally SaturnDeathCult.com open, and I'm thinking, did Tom,
did he pull it from the same site? No, I pulled it from Encyclopedia Britannica. And then it gets worse, right? You see this snake, which is kind of like, you think of the world snake in Nordic mythology. I think we talked about it a little bit last week. But then you've got this symbol. You'll actually see this eternal symbol.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of occult symbol, or what would you call it, symbolitis?
Symbolitism.
Symbolitism.
Symbolitism. That's what it was.
That's
Symbolitism.
what it is. Including the Leviathan cross, or Satan's cross. Which,
Tom, did you know is that what this is?
Satan's
Wait a
cross.
minute.
Yeah.
Because I knew this as, and I don't mean to, unfortunately, I'm blowing up my own spot here. I thought that was the flag for, it was a small race of people, okay, in Northern Europe. Yeah, well, they were all small back then, don't forget. Gravity was much stronger, that kind of thing. But it was a bunch of people in small villages up in the Northern Europe, and they were known as the men with 3 dicks. So if you look at that flag, you could see.
Pull it back up here.
Yeah, if you pull it back up, you could see why
looks like
they
5
did.
dicks to me.
Well, the thing is the two that are sideways, they're like
Those
a double-ended.
Okay.
Those are double-ended. Yes, but that's. I mean, what did you expect? Balls on the side of your dick? Are you serious? Of course not. That's ridiculous. So it's
Jerry, when these midgets were peeing,
mm-hmm.
would it?
Yes.
Which one would it come out?
Well, it would depend, because believe it or not, Tom, these penises can be filled with either urine or jizz, and
they didn't have an I back then in Latin, if I recall.
Right, so that's how they stay firm in the cold with these midgets. Okay, so depending on which one was full, right, therefore needing a new cycle, that would be the one from which it would leak. And believe it or not, a lot of the women left the village not too pleased. So
it was kind of like udders on a cow, right? Like the firm ones were the ones that
mm-hmm.
needed to be tugged on.
That's exactly right. And then you'd find out which one was full of pee and which
one was full of jizz. It was always a surprise.
It was always, you had no idea. They weren't marked. I mean,
So
because remember, one fills up first.
Would that explain why a lot of the women in their village would either end up pregnant or with infections? They never knew which one they were getting.
Actually, Tom, as I think Waterworld proved, urine can be rather clean, actually.
Well, not from midgets.
No, they had to
urine
they
is
had
never
to.
Clean.
No, they had to. Yeah, it was. They were upset for many reasons. That's certainly one of them. Thinking they were going to have this great night, and it turned out that he just had to pee. And then the other part of it that was, I mean, if you look at that is substantial. That is, on a midget, even then, that's at least a fist. Am I right? And that can be rather uncomfortable, is what I'm saying.
What would a glory hole look like for these midgets?
It's actually, did you know this? Tom, they've actually found it.
I got the pee. You got
in
like
prehistoric,
the women on the other side.
Dude, they've seen it. You know how in outhouses they have, of course, the crescent moon usually carved out and things like that. Those.
Peek into it, yeah.
Yeah, those. Well, for them, it was actually in the shape of a Christmas tree because they were, first of all, they were very festive people who lived in the snow. But secondly,
because their penis and balls look like Christmas tree with presents under it.
Well, that's right, because you had to fit, like, imagine you put your hand up, right? And then you drop your hand down. That's the motion they had to use for the glory hole, because you couldn't possibly come up with something just that wide. It's absurd. It would get too cold. But instead, you'd have the Christmas tree knock window. And
you might as well just have, I was going to say, you might as well just have like a big old hole in the glory hole, right? Like
you probably should.
More realistically, I think the glory holes in the time of the midgets with the Christmas tree penises, I think the glory holes probably looked more like portholes on a ship, right?
Oh, that could be.
They were very big. Like, and at that point, you just see the other person on the other side, right? And you're just like, oh, that's a man. Like
that's my sister.
There
Wait,
was
that's
no,
my wife. You know,
yeah, there was
whatever.
no gay
Yeah.
trickery in
No.
that age.
No.
Like you would look through accidentally and you would just see like another man.
There's
on
not
the
a lot
other
of
side.
trickery going on, just a lot of Christmas dicks. That's
It's
a lot
gay
of Christmas tree
trickery, but-
penises. That's it. Yeah.
All right. I have to write these things down because tree dicks.
For those of you who don't think we take things seriously,
We take them.
Tom's
incredibly
writing
serious.
notes about that conversation. I
I
want to make.
had to write literally gay trickery and Christmas tree dicks. two comments that are going to probably end up in the description in one way or another. Anyways, I think we've sufficiently ripped on Satan's cross or the Leviathan cross at this point.
I agree.
It says here that Leviathan's cross in alchemy represents sulfur or brimstone, and it's believed to be an analogy for the human soul itself. It means that it's a means of inviting Satan into the soul, according to Anton LaVey, who took it and reappropriated it for the Church of Satan. Or the Church of Christmas Tree Penises and the Glory Hole. I need to actually mark that too because the Glory Hole conversation was pretty funny. All right. Metaverse purpose. Let's talk about what's...
Oh, can I also say, by the way,
Yeah.
you haven't mentioned
more about
Meta.
the Christmas tree?
Well, Meta itself. There
Yeah,
was
go
a
for it. What's up?
trend on Twitter. Since we mentioned the Twitter trend of people regretting the vaccines, we'll mention also Twitter. That when this was first announced, it was called Facebook Dead or Facebook Died, something like that. And that was because Meta is actually very similar to the Jewish, I guess, Hebrew traditional, I don't know exactly, but the Hebrew word for death sounds very much like meta or something. I'm not well versed. I just know that there was a trending hashtag when Facebook announced this, Facebook Meta, and it said Facebook is dead or Facebook died or something. And it was because Meta in Hebrew or something means death.
I should know this, right? Because
That's why I
just
brought
took-
it up. I just
took
assumed.
Hebrew. I don't know. You're probably right. It probably does mean that, but I don't remember. You have to understand that, like, my knowledge of terminology or vocab in Hebrew is not what it should be. I marginally passed that class.
Okay.
I actually passed it with a B, but like a B plus. But like I marginally made it through there with what little vocab knowledge I had. There were the people who were getting A's were the ones who like actually memorized I can read Hebrew out loud, but
Yeah.
I'll be saying you could be like writing stuff on a teleprompter that's super offensive, and I could be like, I hate, N-word, like I could be that guy who's just reading whatever's on the teleprompter in
You're Ron Burgundy.
Hebrew. Yeah, but I wouldn't know necessarily what most of the words meant. Like, and even the words that they gave us. So, like in my Greek class, we had to learn every word that was in the New Testament, but because of the way that Greek is structured, like you could learn like 100 words and you would know the whole New Testament. It wasn't that many. It really wasn't that many words. But because of the way that it's structured and the way that the words are constructed and reconfigured and shit, like that's all you need. Anyways, Hebrew is not like that. Hebrew has a word for
I was gonna say
doggone thing.
Well, here's what I was gonna say. Just typing it in, I typed in Hebrew word for death. So I don't know. I'm not claiming to know anything. I'm literally telling you I just looked it up. It says Strong's Hebrew 4194. It's spelled Mavith, or the parentheses like trying to tell you what it sounds like. It's Mavith, M-A-V-E-T-H. So maybe there's some kind of accent on it, or that makes
of course
it a bit more
is.
meta.
You can't say a word that without doing that.
Right, and then there's Strong's Hebrew 4191, which is muth, which means to die. So maybe there's a machta, I don't know. And then there's another one here, moot, I think, something. So in other words, there's a lot here that depending on, I guess, I suppose the accenting of the word and that sort of thing could be very close. I mean, look, it didn't come out of nowhere. I didn't do it. I didn't make Facebook's dead trend. Someone who knows better than me or you put it together that it sounds like
somewhere.
Right. That's right.
Recognizes
Yes.
it. Yeah. So,
And by the way,
about the Jews.
Was hat das gemacht?
By the way, to think that Mark Zuckerberg is unaware of that would be, I think, a little bit naive also.
Well, I doubt he actually speaks Hebrew. Most Jews don't. They know very little. I mean, a lot of them are not actually practicing Jews, nor do they. They were born in America and they have one Jewish grandma, and nobody learns a language just to talk to their grandma, who lives in Israel. And I doubt. I don't even know what Mark Zuckerberg's parent situation is, like which parent is actually Jewish or what. I assume the father, which wouldn't do him any good because it has to be on the mother's side.
That's right.
Anyways, okay, so let's talk about the metaverse's purpose.
Okay.
Enough with
Let's do it.
Christmas penis. Oh, that's not what I need. That's not what I need. Doggone it.
Excuse me, you always need a Christmas penis. First of all,
I think we all need a Christmas penis, every now and again.
Is that the new Elf on the Shelf this year, you think, maybe?
No,
like
it's this one. This is for the people who aren't able to see what's happening here because I fucked up the order of events here. This is the avatar, which is like, I don't know. This wasn't even mentioned in the occultism stuff, or like what was occulty about the commercial. But can you imagine, like?
No, it was. I remember you and I watched that thing. Well,
I
yes,
didn't
because
watch that one. I watched a different one.
Oh well, the slight aside on the one I saw was that. And again, we're going to get into a little bit of the Saturn, the death, meta means death, the whole thing. If you look at it from that perspective, Mark Zuckerberg is in his skeleton suit, aka dead.
And then he switches it in the actual commercial. He switches it to him being in like an astronaut
in space.
Pajamas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So okay, I get that. The
the astronaut.
To that.
Yeah, the astronaut. There may be more too. It could be, they're all creating the metaverse, so we're just all connected in that hive mind through, chips in our brains and AI technology and so forth, while they just go colonize another planet. That sort of thing. What's going to be funny
is when they go to colonize another planet and they realize they don't know the first thing about growing plants. You know what I mean? Like they're going to get there and they're going to say, okay, so. What's your face? The guy from Amazon.
Jeff Bezos.
Go run down to the corner store and go ahead and pick us up some. And he's like, so there isn't one. We're on Mars. There's nothing here. Okay, right. Well, we need to. Well, let's real quick throw a couple tomato plants in, and we'll go ahead and eat some tomatoes. And then he's like, and then they plant the seeds in the
in the desert,
the very dry dirt on Mars. And they're like, okay, so when does this happen? When do we get our tomatoes? They're very like, these people are not particularly bright. Like they've made a lot of money, but I guarantee they don't know fundamental basic shit like that.
They don't have to, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah, why would they? So
there's actually a philosophy I've been kind of digging on about that, and I don't remember the totality of it, but essentially the sort of spirit of it is we live in a society of specialists, which means that we live in a society of idiots.
Yeah. And
the reason for that is if you're a specialist, let's say you're a doctor and you're a specialist, you're not just a general practitioner, you're a, I don't know, whatever. You're just a foot doctor, right? Or something like that. Okay. Well, now you've gone to school for 10, 12, however many years, just learning about feet. Just that's it, right? And that's all you basically know. You eat, sleep, breathe it. That's all you know. And you make enough money where you can hire other people to cook you food, to build your house, to feed, to whatever, raise your kids, do all of it. Essentially, we live in a society where we don't we don't have that jack of all trades person. We don't have that old school sort of peasant person who knows a little bit about 50 things so they could eke through life. No, instead we have a society that bows down to satanic debt-based money, and we have specialties so we can't possibly function on our own because we don't know our ass from our elbow outside of the one thing we know.
Yeah.
So that is,
True.
you know, one of those. Yeah.
And I hope that everybody is taking a careful inventory, because I take this inventory every day of my own life. How equipped are you in that situation, like where you have to provide for your family? Because we are fast approaching that day where you have to provide for your family, for yourself. You have to live by candlelight at nighttime. You know, you have to live without electricity. You have to live without heat. You have to live without air conditioning, whatever. You have to live without gasoline. You have to do this. You know, how equipped are you to provide for your family? Because it used to be as the father, right, or as the dad, or whatever, as the patriarchal character,
as the man,
right, as that person, you had certain obligations, you had certain responsibilities, and you were expected to care for your family. It's not like now where you can be the dad and you could work as an accountant in a cubicle and never get your hands dirty and get a $100 haircut. You know, like this is and live in a city where you're on your little Bluetooth headset or whatever, talking to, making sales or whatever of imaginary money and shit. You know, and you're walking and you're, you know, sipping your tea with your sugar cube or whatever, you know, like, and you could provide for your family with that lifestyle. But there was a time where you had to go out and you had to kill an animal and bring it home and skin it and, you know, pull the meat off of it and cook it and all that.
And
so
bathe in a river.
Yeah, you had to do all that stuff, and you had to, if your kid busted his head or cut himself or whatever, you had to treat that wound, and your family relied on you for that sort of thing. Are you able to do that is my question to a lot of people. And because I take that, I as I think of stuff, I'm like, I don't know how to do that. Is that something I will need in a situation like this? No.
Sure.
Okay, then I don't need to do that. Is that something I will need? Yes. Then I should probably learn how to do that. I should probably learn about hydroponics. I probably should understand how to use these solar panels to actually power devices or whatever. I should probably learn how to fertilize or how to grow crops without chemicals or whatever, you know.
Yeah, or how integral to your survival Christmas dicks are to your outhouses.
If I come across a porthole size hole in a stall, am I able to like get a good look at the other side and determine the level of threat that I am, you know, seeing? Okay, so let's talk about this commercial real quick before we run out of time.
Let's do it.
This is this guy. All right, so as you recall, some of you may recall, remember this This isn't even the picture. This isn't the picture I want. Ignore that. All right. We're not ready for that one yet. I forgot that I changed the names of them. I fucked that up. I'm sorry, guys. So look at this, and you see this girl. So this is how it starts. Like these kids, these multicultural kids, come into this because they couldn't be white kids. Why would they be?
No. Because there aren't any.
Yeah, not in the new world, silly. Which is why they don't bother black people about getting a vaccine, because that's who they want. Anyways, they come into this museum with all these, or this art gallery, and you can see right there, dead center in the back of the screen there, just right there for you to see. Let me pull up this picture a little closer for you. This painting behind the kids is actually I'm gonna read to you this, whatever, I don't remember what the name of the painting was, but here's the story about this painting. It was here in 1904 that Af Clint received a commission from an entity named Amaliel, who told her to paint on an astral plane and represent the immortal aspects of man. Now, between 1906 and 1915, there followed 193 paintings, an astonishing outpouring known as the Paintings for the Temple. Whatever one's misgivings about the occult, she worked as if possessed, in a grip of what can only be described as inspiration. She explained that the pictures were painted through her with force, a divine dictation. I had no idea what they were supposed to depict. I worked swiftly and surely without changing a single brush stroke. Now, if you guys recall when Dave came on, some of you who have been on been fan of the show for a while, you know that Dave talked about how oftentimes people will use demonic possessions as a way of creating art. One of his, he in particular, used demonic possessions to create art. And so this individual back in 1906 did the same exact thing, or I'm sorry, 1904, and then through 1915 created 193 paintings. One of those paintings was this one right here. And she allowed the demon to work through her to create these paintings, and she even admitted it, which somebody who I think wanted to take credit for being a good artist, I think it would make more sense for her to be like, no, I totally did it because I'm a fucking awesome artist. And,
I'm incredible.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But instead she's like, no, a demon did this. So moving forward, this is Henry Russo, The Fight Between the Tiger and the Buffalo. This is the actual painting, and they approach it in the commercial, whatever, they approach this thing. And then it gets weird all of a sudden. And for those of you who have seen the commercial, the tiger stops attacking the ox, right? Because he was eating the ox. He stops attacking the ox. And then he starts talking to these kids, okay? Specifically to mention the tiger, there's this sound bite from the Twilight Zone where it says this is a dimension of imagination. And the idea is that this new technology is some mystical, spiritual experience, and it's kind of comparable to the Twilight Zone, right? And so then the tiger stops killing the ox when the kids approach and begins to pet the ox as if they're friends. And it's kind of weird because he's hiding the fact that he's a predator to these kids to lure them into the painting, which is what comes next. But you can see here, and you can see the one eye on the ox, and people point this out. They're like, oh, there's one eye here. But later in the commercial, if you're like, oh, well, it's just because of the position of the ox's head, later in the commercial, it shows this part where it says, this is going to be fun. It shows the ox has its other eye closed, which, Jerry, I know you know about this eye situation. Do you want to explain it?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, I believe it usually, the single eye, it's an occult symbol, Illuminati. It could be a representation of the Eye of Horus, things like that. And I do want to mention, by the way, do you know the history? Do you know the background of that painting that they had come to life with the ox and the tiger?
I don't know.
Yeah. So Henry, what's his name? I can't remember.
Russo?
Yeah. He never left France. He was in prison for, I think it was forgery or some other kind of, tomfoolery or never-do-well nature. He was in prison, and he created this painting in prison, having never, out of his own imagination, he'd never seen, been, nothing. So when you think about it in a metaphorical sense, or maybe in just like a, what does this mean? Why are they showing you this one, right? Like that, whatever you would call that. Well, what would it mean to you that a prisoner creates something out of whole cloth and is a liar? And it's also regarding prison, because a lot of the rest of the commercial, there are subtle references to prison in it as well. You know, whether you think about it as like the whole Saturn thing, you know, death, rebirth, and you're in a somewhat purgatory situation while Saturn is doing its thing and saying whether you can go back and relive and whatnot. There's a prison in that sense, and then who do they pick to show this tiger and ox thing in this commercial? Oh, does it just happen to be a liar and a cheat who'd never actually seen these animals in real life and painted this thing in prison? Yes, it just happened to be that person. And then so on and so on and so on. It's just like in the commercial, and I don't know if you're going to go over it later, but in the commercial, Mark Zuckerberg's talking, and behind him he has a bookshelf. And one of the few books that's actually legible is a book of symbology, I believe is the title.
Symbolism or no?
Symbolism. Symbolism. It's the book of symbolism, and that book gives you all the layout for the rest of the Saturn references, which of course they make 3, 4, 5 times, and you know, again, the symbology behind, like, say, the owl. Are you going to talk about the owl?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you talk about that. Yeah. You talk about that, please.
All right. Well, so just touching on the eye a little bit further, like, this kind of blew my mind when I saw this. In nearly all cultures, the symbol of the eye is associated with spiritual concepts such as divinity, like a master of divinity, for instance.
Oh, is he going to do it?
Naturally, I had to do it. The eye of providence, the spiritual illumination, the third eye, or magic, the evil eye, or Jerry's favorite, the brown eye. We see this in the Egyptian eye of Ra or Horus, as you said. And you see here, like, here's a collection, like it said, you know, in nearly all cultures, there was let's see. Oh, here we go. There are hundreds upon hundreds of clear instances in which major artists, models, celebrities, politicians, and public figures posed with one eye hidden, or they do this circle over their eye. Like, if you look up just about any celebrity, you'll find a picture of them doing this, or with a black eye.
I was going to say a black eye is the one that's very interesting to me. I'm like, oh, what does that mean? You know, I mean, I know it means that you're in a secret club or whatever, but how did that happen? You know,
it means you got your eye punched in by some Illuminati weirdo. Now here's Katy Perry in, I think this is the Dark Horse music video. She had the eye of Ra. Here's a weird one. Kim Noble was a survivor of the MK Ultra. She painted a self-portrait, and this is what it looked like. And you can see here the left, or one of the eyes is covered. We've got more here. Here's another.
I have to admit, by the way, Tom, just saying, for a self-portrait, doesn't look a lot like her. I'm gonna you know what? I'm not a very artistic person. I'm just saying.
You're a judgmental person. You know, this woman's been through enough, Jerry. You know, she survived MK Ultra. She became a famous painter, Kim Noble, who I'm sure you've heard of before.
Yes, and by the way, Tom, I have, and oh my God, does she not stop talking about it? No, okay.
She will not shut up about MK Ultra.
She would not shut up.
It's almost like she was programmed to.
Oh my goodness!
MK Ultra shit. Here's another one from an MK Ultra survivor. It's called Eye Test. I don't know if that's like a pun or whatever, but it's
probably.
Painting describing the trauma and programming of an MK Ultra survivor. Here is another symbolism of the eye. You can see this will be our second George Orwell reference for the day, 1984. And then we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of a callback on this next one, because if you recall, a couple weeks ago we talked about everybody's favorite gay sex pervert, Aleister Crowley. He was associated with, and he stole ideas from the Ordo Templi Orientis, specifically sex magic, and he made it his own, more involved with butt sex. That's not a joke.
I can't imagine that. I cannot imagine that's true.
No, that's not a joke. That's a real thing.
Ridiculous.
And then finally, as far as eyes go, the Masonic temple under the all-seeing eye. You can see all sorts of goings on there. Oh, actually, that's not all. There was one more thing here. We have a picture of Odin. Yeah, here he is with one of his eyes. Is an old painting on some kind of cloth. There he is with one of his eyes hidden. So
Weird.
yeah.
Has
definitely.
it always been this way?
I got to assume.
You know?
Yeah, dating all the way back to whatever when Norse mythology was going on. What I know of Norse mythology is limited to God of War, the new series. And
Mine is usually reserved with the 3 Thor movies.
yeah,
So,
Thor, of course, Natalie Portman.
you know,
Um,
that's it. You know.
Now and then you've got this raccoon here, which is so funny to me, because I see it and I think of that joke where like they say, hey, can you do me a favor, can you paint me a portrait of like 2 raccoons next to each other? And the dude's like, yeah, for sure. And then they're like, well, you know what a raccoon looks like, right? And he's like, yeah, totally. And then he gets to his easel and he's like, all right, now what is a raccoon? And here he is, he's trying to paint raccoons, and what he knows is like he knows how to draw a person, and he knows the basic color scheme of raccoons. And so
Can I
he does
tell
his
you,
best.
this looks like a guy who saw the movie Cats, and then also a Wes Anderson movie, and said, "All right, I know
I
what
think
this
I can
is.
make this happen.
I got it.
I think I can do this. What color? And he's like, before he lets the other person go, he's like, what color are raccoons now? They're like, black and white. Oh yeah. Is there any gray?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember what raccoons look like. Now, if you thought that was weird, like here's another one. Hey, can you draw me a picture of an owl? An owl. Yeah.
Can you make him look? Can you do me the favor of making him look like Tom Bombadil made out of paper?
Can you give him like Simple Jack, like sort of from Tropic Thunder? Can you give him that haircut?
Yeah. That's such a good movie, by the way.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, actually, in the Discord. You would know that if you joined us in the Discord every once in a while. But I said it. I said it. I had to hurt you. And anybody who's listening right now, if you haven't already joined the Discord, we'd love to have you there. We love to talk. Today was kind of a weird day because there was an outage or whatever, but we're all back. We're back to talk, and we're back to sharing memes and shit. So here's an owl flying, and I know you had some stuff to talk about the owl. So what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna hit on this to see if maybe we're on the same page. You'll see here on the left, there's the insignia of Minerval, the 3rd degree of the Bavarian Illuminati, and then on the right you can see the logo of the Bohemian Grove. So these are very like occulty things, and the owl itself, I often think of aliens. Okay, now there is some connection between aliens and owls, with the movie like Fourth Kind, and then also there's a connection between aliens and demons. So, depending on, here's the beautiful thing about conspiracies and about occult and about religion and theology is like they all kind of just come together in like a Guy Ritchie ending of a movie format where they just come crashing together, and you end up with this big mess. And that's kind of where I thrive, in that mess. Like I'm the guy in the chaos, like, let me help you make sense of it, trying to help all the people who have just come upon this disaster scene. That's where I thrive. Now, like I said, owls to aliens, aliens to demons, owls to demons, occultism in this big overarching umbrella. You can see where there's like all these things that tie it all together, which is really like interesting. And if you haven't already thought about any of those connections, I encourage you to do so. Here's another fun fact. As a aspiring falconer, somebody who is studying falconry, and who is, mark my words, this is my plan, is by summer I will have my falconry permit, and I will be going out this fall to trap my first bird as an apprentice falconer. But in 2 years I will be able to go and I will be able to trap an owl, or I will be able to have an owl as a falconry bird. I probably won't ever, though, because owls are not a fun bird to have for falconry. They, if you trap them, you can train them, but they're such a burden. They're such a nightmare. They're not fun.
Wait, Tom.
What?
Did you say they are a
A
bird?
bird? Yeah, let me enunciate that better. They are more of a bird. And but if you now here was the answer that falconers came up with. And now if you trap an owl and you try to train it for falconry, it's not really that interested in learning how to be a falconry bird. It wants to go back to its roots and just do its own thing. They're very smart animals, but they also just don't want anything to do with people if they are wild by nature. Whereas hawks and falcons and eagles will be like, they'll be like, oh yeah, this is pretty awesome. Like, this guy's giving me a house, food, healthcare. Fucking, he takes me out and hangs out with me and shit, and he plays with me and feeds me and whatever. Yeah, okay, I'll do this. But an owl is just like, nope. The owls are like the cats of the bird kingdom, of the birds of prey kingdom. They just go and do their own thing. Whereas hawks, eagles, and falcons, they'll become friends with people and become falconry birds. But an owl, what the falconers did to make it so that owls could be better falconry birds is they started breeding the owls and then just imprinting the baby owls on humans. But the problem with that is, and then they become great falconry birds. They will just they'll sit on your hand and you can take them out and you can hunt them and they'll come right back to you. They'll go back to their pen. They're great birds. But owls that imprinted on humans are stupid. And they confuse humans for their own species. And for that reason, they become very competitive about food, about mates, about any territory, about any of that stuff. But then also they get confused as far as mating goes. They think of you as a potential mating partner. So owls that's why there's a benefit to imprinting owls, but then come mating season, you're like, nope.
I think you're gonna have to. Yeah, you're gonna have to stay outside for a little while.
What I'll do is I'll bring you your mouse. I'll leave him on the ledge for you. You have at it. I'll come in. I'll clean up after you, and then that's about the interaction we're gonna get until hunting season. But yeah, that's just a fun little tidbit for you as I'm learning falconry. So, but like I said, by the end of this year, hopefully when we're recording this show in November, December, I'll be talking about our exploits as falconers out in the field training a Harris hawk or a red-tailed hawk. I've got my eye on a couple birds in my area that I plan on potentially trapping this fall. So anyways, really cool hobby, lifestyle, sport, whatever you want to look at it. If you haven't looked into falconry, it's such a cool sport to look at. And just, I'm actually going hunting with a falconer tomorrow, and then again on Saturday. He's another one's going to bring his bird by my house and show the boys and show them some of the acrobatics that this bird does with the lure and shit. Anyways,
sweet.
So birds, owls, weird shit. What did you have to say about owls, Jerry?
Yeah. So as you kind of mentioned, owls are in North America, at least in our culture, seen as like, oh, here are these smarty animals, Winnie the Pooh, there's the old wise owl. Well, they're also seen as a messenger of death. This belief came from the Navajo and Apache tradition, where the sight of an owl was taken very seriously. There are Navajo stories of owls speaking a person's name, followed shortly by the person's death, and the sight of an owl is considered a good reason to cancel your plans and stay home. In other Native American traditions, many of which have been lost, owls were not just messengers of death, but also psychopomps, creatures that sent the living to the afterlife. In modern North America, many people regard owls with a sense of unease, perhaps due to these stories over time. Also, there are legends of owl shapeshifters. Of course, they're not. I guess how do I say this? La Shuza is a Mexican legend of shape-shifting witch, whose favorite form is a giant with a human face. According to the story, she was a witch who was discovered and put to death by her village, only to come back to life with the power of transformation. Her hobbies included trickery. I can't believe they have a hobby list for a dead witch. All right. Attacking people, Okay. Trickery, hobbies, Tom. Hobbies include trickery, attacking people, and warning people about bad fortune to come. And so, yeah, apparently, the focus, of course, more or less is
Is that like their Tinder profile?
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
trickery.
what is it? This is your plenty of fish hobbies: trickery, attacking people, but also warning people of bad fortune. So, I might tell you about something bad's about to happen. Turns out it's me. I'm attacking you.
Well, at least they have some integrity. Like they're playing fair.
Yeah. You will be attacked by a witch in the very near future.
Psych, it's me.
Aren't you a witch? Bah! But yeah, the owls are often seen as messengers of death. So here we are in the metaverse, meta being the Jewish word for death, where they're talking about Saturn all the time, which is, again, a symbol of death. We could talk about that. But then also, here's this animal prominently shown, a fucking owl, which is also death. So, I don't know, Tom. I think we may have a bit of there might be a trend here.
Hey, let me ask you this, Jerry. How often in your life, I mean, we're older fellas. We've been around for a while. Not long enough to where we're like on the chopping block for COVID, but we've been around for a few decades. We've lived in multiple millenniums.
I've only accumulated 2 pre-existing.
I don't have hardly any. I only have a couple.
No, I don't. I wouldn't even know if I do. I just thought I couldn't say 0. That's not fair.
I'm
a 40.
I'm one of those people who should be more worried about COVID than I actually am. But I have actually altered the course of my own life, which is like a really cool thing you can do. Like I quit vaping, right? I only drink once a week. So yeah, it's still bad for me or whatever, but it's only once a week. It's not like I'm regularly drinking or whatever every night. Not like I'm having a few beers every night.
Right.
But then you've got I've got some conditions, but none of them are morbidities, right? They're not like anything that's going to kill me. I have other issues, but they're not anything that's going to kill me. Obesity, right? I am technically obese. I am I'm certainly overweight. I'm technically obese. Okay. It just depending on which metric you go by. I use my scale now that tells me based off of like the electricity that goes through my body that tells me how fat I am.
Dude, do they just start going because you're fat, I know.
No, my life is not a Weird Al song. But no,
mine is, however,
changed. No, mine would be Albuquerque. But I've changed that. I've started exercising. I've started dieting. Like I have changed the trajectory of my own life. Stopped vaping. Started exercising. Started eating healthier. Started taking vitamins. Started making sure that I'm hitting what I need to hit every day for a healthy lifestyle. I've made these changes, and it's so funny to me. Like these people who are like, well, that's it for me. I've got these, I'm fat, I got, because then you've got 2 camps, right? You've got the people who are fat who are like, hey, it doesn't matter. I'm dead anyways. I need to get a vaccine. Or then you've got the people who are fat who are like, well, I guess I need to lose weight and so I don't die of COVID.
No, Tom, you have totally 2 camps because they're all so fucking fat. You couldn't fit them in one camp.
Well,
Tom.
Jerry, there's 2 camps. One of them is like regular summer camp, and the other one is fat camp.
I see.
Those are the 2.
Oh, camps. I see. Oh, well, that's a whole different thing. I lost you there for a minute. I thought
no.
I thought, excuse me, Tom. I thought they were just so fat
that they required to.
They
have to go. No, and see, I'm gonna beat you on that one too. They have to go and do their camp activities, and then they have to run to the other one and put a fake mustache on and go to the other camp.
Goodness.
And they have to do their activities there, and then run back to the other one, take their mustache off, and do the activity. They have to go back and forth between the camps like a sitcom, and then eventually they're accidentally going to wear the mustache at the wrong camp, and they're gonna and somebody's gonna be like, "Who are you?" And they're like, "Oh, I forgot to," and they're gonna, "Wait a minute, you're
Tom, did
the
you
fat
know?
kid.
Do you know what activities they're going from camp to camp to do?
What?
Meals, Tom. They're so fat. No, sorry.
They keep doing. They do
They
two
just
breakfasts,
go back and forth. Two breakfasts,
lunches,
two lunch,
2 dinners,
two dinners.
2 bedtime snacks. Okay?
That's two. Yeah, right. Because it's camp. We have to admit they're having 2 sets of s'mores.
I was supposed to be a counselor this year for a Christian camp. I haven't decided yet whether I'm going to or not. Tell me in the chat whether or not I should. I'll leave it up to the fan to decide whether or not I should be a counselor at a Christian camp this year.
And if you're at a camp, should Tom also
Run between 2 camps and take
could-
the mustache off?
should Tom also cut into the latrine a Christmas piece?
A porthole. You don't.
porthole
Why are you going to
for
cut
the-
a whole Christmas tree shaped thing? In
I'm
a
just saying
stall?
it's
It doesn't make
well,
sense when you could create. You could just get one bit. That
I mean, I
drills
get
the
it.
circular side.
I understand.
Instead
I
of-
understand.
I'm
Have you
about
ever-
efficiency.
Tom, have you
Jerry.
not heard of artistry? Tom,
Jerry. I got to tell you, I'm about efficiency and effectiveness.
you got things to do. That's it.
Right.
That's
I
it.
want the most. I pay by the hour. I don't pay by the job. So maybe that's my
Right.
problem. Maybe I should pay by the job. But
Okay.
then again,
Yeah.
it would equate to the same amount because these assholes are going to be, But then I have quotas that they have to meet too. I'm
Yeah.
a stern taskmaster as a boss, Jerry.
Sounds like it. My goodness.
I'm sorry. When it comes to cutting Christmas trees into the thing or whatever. Okay. I think that. Oh, I guess we're still talking about this stupid ass metaverse because I have some stuff here. What
I mean,
I'm
we
gonna do
could.
is
We
I'm
don't
gonna-
have to. Tom, this is our show.
Jerry, here's the thing. What I want to do is I want to give some information. I read a statistic, or I read some information today or this week about how 3/4 of people who listen to podcasts go there for information, and I realize that we're not that.
Wow.
We don't fall within that, right? We want to be able to provide.
Well, you don't
some useful information. I thought back. No, listen. Objectively, I thought back, Jerry, to our last 108 episodes, right?
Okay.
And I thought,
sure.
how much information did we really give these people that was useful, that objectively, again, was useful?
Yeah.
And I realized that the answer was not good.
Wow. Low percentage.
Yeah, it was a very low percentage. So what I did this week, and this is kind of what spurred us into this topic, but it's not something that I would make a whole episode about, obviously, but it's something that I think we can squeeze into this one. So with your permission, Jerry, I would like to talk about what the problems are on the topic of the Meta, right? Meta, the company.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
What, in the terms of service, because I know not one of you has read the terms of service.
I see.
I have the bad things that are listed in the terms of service of your favorite Meta apps. And I'd like
So we're
to
not
read
even
them for
talking.
you.
We're talking not just Meta. We're talking about apps and like, in other words, social media in general. Sort of. We're branching out. Oh no!
Let me make
I'm
sure
sorry.
I want to be clear about this. Meta, referring to Zuckerberg's company.
Oh, okay, got it.
This includes Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. Okay.
Right, got it.
And then I have a surprise. I have a surprise company that I want to talk about that I went through their terms of service, and I found out the bad things in there, so that we can compare it to the Meta. Okay. And you're going to see a lot of these things actually kind of go together. Okay.
Sounds.
Because they're written by the same lawyers, right?
Yeah.
So Facebook, for those of you who have Facebook, and I know some of you do, and that's okay. I don't expect you to admit it. Keep your secrets. Okay. I have a Facebook. I only keep it because I need references. I know. I'm sorry, but I need references for jobs and for whatever shit that I have going on. I found out. I actually. I destroyed my Facebook, and then I came back to it because I needed references for seminary.
Oh no!
And now I just use it to post to troll Fox 19 or whatever. But on Facebook's terms of service, your identity is used in ads that are shown to others, and I'm sure you've seen this where it says, Tom Miller likes this particular company or likes this particular page or whatever. I'm sure you've seen that. You are used. That's something that's in the thing. It says, you give us permission to use your name and profile picture and information about actions you have taken on Facebook next to or in connection with ads, offers, and other sponsored content that we display across our products without any compensation to you. This doesn't necessarily mean that just Facebook, but also Instagram and WhatsApp. The service can read your private messages. I mean, we kind of knew that was going on, which is why you never said anything in private messages that you thought might be incriminating, right?
That's right.
It says specifically, our systems automatically process content and communications you and others provide to analyze content for what's in them in order to provide, personalize, and improve our products, provide measurement, analytics, and other business services, promote safety, integrity, and security, communicate with you, and research and innovate for social good. Okay?
Wow.
So, now, if you're wondering what social good means, the exact quote is, we use the information we have, including from research partners we collaborate with, to conduct and support research and innovations on topics of general social welfare, technological advancement, public interest, health, and well-being. For example, we analyze information we have about migration patterns during crises to aid relief efforts. Learn more about our research programs. So they're using what you say, and I don't know if you've ever had this, any of you, Jerry or you. Have you ever tried to send something in private messages that was like deleted or was just not sent? And you were like, why is this not sending? I myself have had that happen where I tried to send a picture of Hunter Biden smoking crack while he's sleeping. Facebook would not send it on Facebook Messenger, which to me, this was a while ago when that was the issue. When those pictures came out and when he was getting a foot job from a Taiwanese hooker, those pictures would not send. And that was when I realized that, Facebook is like actively, there's an algorithm stopping me from sending certain things in Facebook.
Which is also crazy, by the way, when you think about it, because at the same time, within a year, some months, Facebook had that situation where there was a lot of spreading of people's sexual pictures and nude pictures, and what do they call that? It's not revenge porn, things like that. Facebook came out and said, "Oh, hey,
we can't do that.
Just give us your nudes, and we'll protect them for you." They literally said that, Tom. They said, "Send us your nudes, and we'll hold on to them for you on our little cloud, so no one can spread them."
Now, you know what's funny about that is I'm inclined to believe that that's true.
What?
Yeah, well, hear me out.
Okay,
because once they put it in that cloud, it's added to that algorithm, right?
Oh, it's things you.
However, the fucking perverts at Facebook are now looking at your dick pics, right? And they're looking at your butthole pics. And those are the people that you don't want looking at your butthole pics. Now, here's the trick. And here's just a tip for everybody. Don't send your dick pics. Don't send your butthole pics. Okay?
That's it. Just
don't be sending people your dick or butthole pics. If you're married, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be just exposing your exposing your dick or exposing your butthole to your partner.
That's true.
Okay? You shouldn't be sending it on Facebook. You shouldn't be sending it on Facebook Messenger either. Like, that's like a subsidiary. No. You shouldn't be sending it, period. You shouldn't be sending it on Facebook Messenger.
If you weren't going to send it during Lord of the Rings, don't send it during The Hobbit, you fucking animal.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Why would you? That's silly.
Why would you do that? That's ridiculous.
I don't know. But some people are doing it, and that's why Facebook had to say, hey, listen, send us your nudes, okay? Because we're going to protect them.
Well, that's like, you ever heard...
perverts. And you know those motherfuckers do not screen for sex
No.
perverts, right? You know, like there are some sex perverts there who
there's some shit.
You would never want to see your dick pics. But they
I think they definitely,
because you fell for it.
Yeah, and don't forget, by the way, this was also, and for those who are like, come on, I think it was the Ireland Apple offices were found to have been listening in through Siri, because people turn their Siri on and don't turn it off, or whatever. They were listening to people go through divorces, have sex, commit crimes, because their Siri was on, and they could just bloop, because it's on, right? You have it on. Now, I'm of the belief that they probably could just do it anyway, even if you don't have it on. But the whole eavesdropping thing's much easier if you just keep it on all the time, so you as Captain Retard can just go, hey guys, I'm gonna ask it what Hitler would do at a whatever, at a bat mitzvah, and then meanwhile they're like listening to you commit a crime later, you fucking idiot.
No, it's
and they've
like
recorded your voices,
This is what happens. Hey guys, check this out. Hey Siri, what would Hitler do at a bat mitzvah? Ha! Okay, hey, I'm gonna head in here. I'm gonna fuck this guy. And then all you hear is a bunch of gay sex noises. And now it's recorded, and now they can attribute it to you. And then when you're done butt fucking a guy, you leave and you're like, oh, hey guys, I just got done fucking this guy. I'm gonna go commit a murder. And now, this guy, not only is he extremely embarrassed because he fucked a guy, and that is being played at his at his trial, but also
in front of his wife,
right? His evidence of him committing this murder is being played, on loudspeaker right after him going fucking a guy in the butt. All right, so and then here's the
roller
rest.
Coaster. What tragedy!
There's a lot going on in that particular hypothetical fictitious situation. Now, if that wasn't enough, you're like, okay, so let's be real. Your identity being shown to other people, we know that happens. Reviewing your private messages, nobody's like surprised when all of a sudden they're like, yeah, we had to turn your private messages over to law enforcement or whatever. Nobody's surprised by that, I don't think. And if you are, you're kind of like in the bottom 10% anyways.
Oh, I do want to say this though, in terms of hilarity. There was a case one time for another Facebook-owned company called Snapchat.
Well, that's not Facebook-owned.
Yeah, they bought Snapchat.
They didn't. Instagram is... No, please, tell me I'm wrong.
Facebook owns Snapchat. I thought they did. Does Facebook... Oh, no. Oh, they tried... You know what it is? They offered him $3 billion in cash, and apparently they did not take it. I'm sorry.
That was a dumb move on Snapchat's part. I would have been
done
and been happy with the rest of my life.
Shit. Well, the funny part about Snapchat, though, is that people think the messages go away. So there was this one... so there was this one case where, like, two people in the armed forces were... Like, one of them was cheating on their husband, and the woman was trying to get the guy to kill her husband and make it look like a thing, and they thought because it was on Snapchat that it would just go away. So that was imagine you're in that court proceeding, and they go, well, we have the Snapchats, and they're like, motherfucker,
and then immediately after they're like, we'd also like to play this audio recording from Snapchat.
Right, yeah.
The guy getting butt fucked.
He went there to kill the husband and fell in love. Oh my goodness.
What a roller coaster, like you said. But if those weren't enough for you, because those reasonably, like, you might be like, oh yeah, that's totally reasonable. I don't have anything to worry about. Here's the rest. Okay, Facebook stores your data whether you have an account or not. Okay.
Yes.
Facebook uses cookies. Now, this is directly from the terms of service. Facebook uses cookies and receives information when you visit those sites and apps, including device information and information about your activity without any further action from you. This occurs whether or not you have a Facebook account or are logged in. They can also review your browser history, again, whether or not you have an account. You can review your off-Facebook activity which is a summary of activity that businesses and organizations share with you about interactions with them. Now, if you're wondering how, the reason is Facebook entered into an agreement with many companies. Like a lot, like more than you would ever imagine. And I actually have some of them here that you may have experienced. Whatever side of the political aisle you are on, where you get your news from, I can tell you Facebook has a dossier on you, because these news sites use Facebook Pixel, which is a way of tracking you. Bloomberg, New York Post, The Atlantic, The Guardian, Independent, even Samsung, the website Samsung, of all things, they use Facebook Pixel. And so anything that you do there, they track you, your IP address, your internet fingerprints, all that crap, whether you have a Facebook profile or not. Now, if you're wondering why, now if you're like, oh, you know, I saw this meme one time about why on porn sites there is a share button.
Yeah.
Do you know what else there is? A Facebook like button. And if you're like, yeah, I'm going to click that because I know my grandpa wants to, or my aunt wants to know what type of porn I like, it doesn't matter. That's not what it's there for. It's there to track you and your activity. It has nothing to do with you wanting to share a Pornhub porn video. It has to do with tracking you across the internet. So anytime, and I encourage you to do this, because just as a matter of research, I did this today. Everything that I did today, I was on the lookout for a Facebook like button, okay, or a Facebook share button. And I challenge you to go an entire day without hitting a website that has a Facebook like or share button on it. Anyways, that's Facebook Pixel. That's how they track you across the internet. Instagram, they store data on you even if you didn't interact with the service. Okay, so even if you've never gone to Instagram, even if you've never downloaded the app, even if you don't have an account, none of that, they still have a dossier on you. Advertisers, app developers, and publishers using Meta business tools, aka social plugins such as the like button, provide information about your activities off Facebook and Instagram, including information about your device, websites you visit, purchases you make, the ads you see, and how you use their services. Whether or not you have a Facebook account or an Instagram account or are logged into Facebook or Instagram. For example, a game developer could use our API and tell us what games you play, or a business could tell us what purchases you made in its store. So if you go to a store, if you go to an online store, you will see that there is probably some kind of link to Facebook or Instagram or Meta at large. And finally, WhatsApp. WhatsApp is pretty good. There wasn't a whole lot of stuff on WhatsApp. I say pretty good, kind of like, let me distance myself away from that. But as far as like by comparison to like Instagram and Facebook, WhatsApp was all right. The service keeps user logs for an undefined period of time, up to 30 days, while they're trying to actually deliver it. The service shares your personal data with third parties that are not involved in its operation. You agree to defend, indemnify, and hold the service harmless. The service uses your personal data for advertising, using tracking pixels, web beacons, whatever. Now, those are all like pretty common. Like you can see those and be like, yeah, that's whatever. And certainly if you have a Facebook or an Instagram, you're like, that's fucking small potatoes. Now, the one issue I saw with WhatsApp, which I think probably transcends across all of the metaverse, is this one particular line. Now, if you'll bear with me, the service can sell or otherwise transfer your personal data, which we're like, yeah, okay, we know that happens, that we know that they sometimes sell our shit, as part of a bankruptcy proceeding or other type of financial transaction, right? So in a pinch, they can sell all your information to somebody who has nothing to do with them, right? So whoever comes in, so if you're like, okay, Mark Zuckerberg, he's kind of like the personification of evil lizard person. However, you know, that's the devil we know. What if all of a sudden comes along whoever your version of the devil is, he comes along and in the process of this bankruptcy proceedings over WhatsApp decides to buy WhatsApp. Your information just went to this incredibly evil person who you don't even know, maybe 10 times worse and 10 times more lizardy than Zuckerberg. And you allowed them to do that because of this particular line. Specifically, it says, all of our rights and obligations under our privacy policy are freely assignable by us to any of our affiliates in connection with a merger, acquisition, restructuring, or sale of assets, or by operation of law or otherwise, and we may transfer your information to any of our affiliates, successor entities, or new owners. Okay? So, just so you know, that's what you're looking at when you have WhatsApp. I didn't see that in the other ones, which was kind of weird. Anyways, but it's part of the metaverse, so, you know, that shit is probably applicable to the other ones. Now, here's the thing. I went ahead and I found, like, I found some other company that I think would be, like, way more nefarious, that we would have, like, lower expectations of, to compare it to. So I picked Pornhub. Okay? Pornhub. There was nothing bad, really, about their terms of service. Like, I looked at their terms of service, and not even, like, by the standards of Pornhub, but, like, just generally, after having read the meta ones or whatever, and even Snapchat,
when you read
Snapchat and shit.
Yeah, it's like, here's this place where you go, wow, that's really, holy crap. And then you're like, well, it's got to be weird or worse on a porn site, right? And then you're like, no, it's actually
not at all. That was not the case. Let me read to you the worst 4 things that I found, okay? The service can read your private messages. Okay, but if you're sending private messages on a porn site, like, I guarantee
that's weird. Who are you talking to?
I guarantee the things that you're saying are the sort of things that you're like, whatever. You wouldn't want anybody else to read, but also, like, you kind of expect somebody else to read, like a sleazy porn site to read.
Yeah, the only thing I could say about it is, hey, you know, you should probably try to talk to the sex trafficked woman a little differently. You know, you get...
Yeah, you should be kinder to the sex trafficked woman.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to try to ask them if they need help, don't message them on the site that trafficked them. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just don't... You know,
like, somehow pull them off to the side. Be like,
yeah,
hey... Anal sex 69666. Come over here to Snapchat.
Yeah, really.
Let me talk to you on Snapchat.
Listen.
That was one. The service can delete specific content without reason and may do it without prior warning or prior notice. That was pretty common amongst all of them, but, like, as I was digging through the Pornhub terms of service, that was kind of bad compared to the rest of it, so I had to include it. This service holds on to content that you've deleted. I mean, that's pretty normal for these websites. Now, here's the one that I would say is kind of an issue, but it's something that I expected. You sign away moral rights to your whatever you upload. So there's a lot of amateur porn uploaders who will upload their shit.
Tom,
When you do that, you sign away your moral rights to it. Yeah, that's what's up.
If you're uploading on Pornhub, can we just say you signed away your morality a long time? I don't think it starts with the... Do you understand? Like, I don't think... Like, afterwards you go, oh, shit. I did what? I
find that hard to believe that I signed away my moral rights when I submitted DP... glory hole DP Spitfire porn in a
really, you know, I mean,
right?
Yeah, you know, you're like, oh, I can't believe I just signed it away now. It wasn't when I actually filmed my cousin doing that. It was, you know what I mean? Like, it's just what?
It wasn't kidding? Something that I entitled "Stepbrother Porn Bestiality Dog Fucks My Mouth Until Completion Horse in My Ass." You know, like, it wasn't then that I signed away my morality. It was when I uploaded it to Pornhub.
It was simply once you did that.
Now, I'm out of the porn game. I've been out of the porn game for some time, but as far as memes go,
good for you, by the way.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, it's been a tough road to hoe. I'm not saying it was easy.
It's a tough road to hose.
It's a tough road of hose. I will say that the temptation beckons, but for the sake of my wife asked me not to look at porn some years ago or whatever, and it's been a difficult situation, but I have moved away from porn. I have left it behind me. Okay. I encourage everybody to do the same, because I'll tell you what, it did great things for my marriage, it did great things for my libido, it did great things in general or whatever. And I think I credit my ability to have sons on the first attempt, healthy, babies or whatever, coming full term or whatever. I credit a lot of that to do with the fact that I left porn in the dust. But being that I am aware of pop culture, I'm aware of memes, I enjoy memes and shit, I am aware of Pornhub being a very popular porn site. I know there was another one, RedTube. It was PornTube and Red.
There are a lot of tubes. I think.
It was like some alternating versions of YouPorn and Pornhub and PornTube.
Bubes.
RedTube.
Tom, it was the old bubes on tubes. Okay.
Right. So like these, like these memes.
So stupid.
Of the memes, right?
Yep.
I understand, based on what I know about porn culture, I understand Pornhub to be kind of like the cream of the crop. Like that's where people go for quality porn.
Okay.
And it's just it's almost like saying, I don't know, HBO, right? You think of premium TV channels or whatever, you think of HBO,
right.
Just first thing that pops.
Yeah, no one is thinking of Showtime.
Sure.
No.
Yeah,
no one's thinking about.
It might take you some time. You'll get there. You'll be like, oh yeah, Showtime, Cinemax. Duh. Why didn't I think of Cinemax? But HBO is the one that comes to your mind first. So porn.
Tom, let me tell you something. When I'm thinking about the great premium channels that we have out there for options as citizens of this great United States, I'm thinking Stars with Z. I don't know if you know that. If you're looking for quality,
Jerry. You know who I think of? Encore. I think of Encore. Nobody has ever thought of Encore. I'm the first person that even said it. Like people are
I can't believe that happened.
People, when you're on the phone with your telephone company and you're like, yeah, I'm thinking about getting the premium package, and they're like, would you like Encore? They're like, would I like what? Like, no, I don't need that. No, thank you.
No,
it's
Tom,
free.
reverse it. Imagine if you're the person calling, and you go, hey, does this cable package come with Encore? Because if not, I'm not interested. Right? And by the way, Tom, I have to say, while I do applaud you for being off of the porn, and I've done quite well myself, by the way. Very limited.
I think that's great. I think that's a step in the right direction.
There's like maybe a quarterly check-in, and then massive guilt. But I want to say, yes, you've quit, and that's great. But if the repercussion is that you're seeking out and remembering Encore as an entity or channel, I suggest you go back just a little bit.
I go back to porn, and I'm just like exclusively HBO from that point on. I'm never thinking of Encore again. I would never cheat on HBO with Encore, Jerry.
That's it, man. I'm sorry. You just watch a little porn, and you never remember it again.
But for the record, moral rights. Never think of, and Encore's got like all this quality programming. You turn to it, and it's like all the movies that are filmed that don't look like they're not filmed with the same cameras. They look like shit. They look like soap operas and shit.
Yeah, we might as well be just like shit talking the Hallmark Channel. It's like, all right, fine.
And the Hallmark Channel CEO is like, okay, guys, all right. He's like such a good sport. He takes it in stride. He's just like, all right, come on.
Oh, that's the worst part too, because he gets off stage, and then his wife just goes, Steve, why don't you stand up for yourself?
Off stage, like Hallmark is still, it's like actually live performances. It might as well be.
Well, no, he's at a junction. You know what I mean? There's
Oh,
there's all the ones that have gotten their own apps, right? Like every channel that the CBS has their own app,
Hallmark,
Paramount has, and then Hallmark's thinking about it, but they all bust his balls. Yeah, Steve, Hallmark, yeah, with your own fucking app. Let's see how many, whatever. I don't even want to get into how bad I could actually have it in my mind, but I'm like. And then he gets off stage. He's like, "Oh, listen, I just wanted to be like the rest of you. You're just all so good.
My own travel channel app. Come on,
guys, come on. You're all just so good. Why wouldn't I want to spread the joy like you guys on an app? Come on, just let me in." Right? And then he gets off stage, and his wife just goes, "You sorry sack of shit. When are you going to stop letting them walk all over you? I want to get wet one of these days. Will you please?"
Go fuck the Lifetime Go guy. Fuck the Lifetime app guy.
That's it. I'm going to right. I wish I could think of something worse. I'm going to go fuck Nat Geo Special TV, which is it's an app that requires you to have cable.
Steve. Is that his name? Was it Steve?
Steve, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to make sure I got the right guy. Steve, you remember 2 Christmases ago? I hooked up with the UPN Go guy. All right? That's how desperate I was for a man. A real man. Somebody who was going to create a phone app for our program.
That's right.
Or for your program. It's not even hers. She's just like so entitled.
She's so right. She's so entitled. She's so ingrained.
I hate
she's like,
I hate to see
three
Thanksgivings
ago. 3 Thanksgivings ago, I jerked off.
Do it. I want to hear who she jerked off, Jerry.
3 Thanksgivings ago, I jerked off a gaffer from Arsenio Hall. He hasn't even been on the air for 10 fucking years, Steve. Okay?
That's how desperate. Ever. He's never been on the air.
That's how desperate I am.
She's just like a star fucker.
Man.
She's a star fucker, but like her peak sexual encounter is with a gaffer from Arsenio
I jerked
Hall.
off a gaffer.
Terrible. Oh, we do have.
How did we do this?
Megabit's wife says that she is. I refer to her as Megabit. I don't want to say her name because
no, it's fair.
I don't want to dox her, right?
Sure.
It's not out of disrespect, obviously. But she's
it
a
is
cheesy
from me. No, I
Jerry's over here being disrespectful to the Hallmark.
That's it. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
After all the things that you've said about the Hallmark Go guy, I wonder if there is a Hallmark app. I wonder if there's a Hallmark app, or like what the parent company is.
God.
If they're
related, right, like on Discovery Plus, there was also Hallmark in there, that kind of thing.
I have the Travel Channel app, right, on my phone.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is like kind of like as low as I'm willing to go. Like I will not get anything. If you're like,
Dude.
Oh, Hallmark, I consider Hallmark to be lower than travel, right?
Tom.
Yeah.
Tom.
Tell me.
I don't want to listen. I don't want everybody to stop watching the show and go type in Hallmark TV apps or anything. But I'm going to tell you, here's one that's specifically designed for iPad, which I thought is so strange. It's like you can't watch it on TV. I don't get it. But there it is. Hallmark TV for iPad. Oh no, Apple TV and iPhone. Okay, there we go. Woo. There are different options. And the first one, it says specifically for iPad. And I'm like, why?
Well, they have to differentiate. They've got 2 teams. They've got and you know what? There's a lot of infighting between the 2. You've got like the Android guys, and then you've got the Apple guys, and they're talking shit. But then anybody from the street happens to hear it, and they come in and say, "Fuck you," and they all cower, they're Gollum.
No, dude, they're all at a TGI Fridays, right?
That's
they're
where
all
they
at the
fight.
TGI Fridays, and they're fighting on their lunch break. They're like, "Fuck you, dude! Do you realize how many Google Play downloads I have? I don't know, about as many as there is in Google Play at all. None, whatever, blah, 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 And then they talk all this shit, and then the guy from Chili's comes over and goes, "Oh, what apps do you guys have? That sounds really competitive." And they're like, "Hallmark," and he's like, "Holy shit, I have more downloads on my Chili's personal waiter app."
He's got his
And then-
own thing where you can like call him directly from the back. You can be like,
Yeah.
it's Carlos. Yeah, it's like
Dude,
the Carlos
literally, I
Chili's
was on the
app.
phone with Xfinity today, and I ended up being able to get a personal phone number for a guy. Marcus, thank you for your help, honestly.
What a guy, Marcus.
Yeah.
Big shout out, big ups to what was his
I don't
name?
want to,
I've already forgotten
Marcus.
his name. Marcus.
Yeah, I don't
big
want to blow
shout
up
out
the spot too hard.
What was his name again?
You know,
The guy-
a man
the guy
of
who
the people,
immediately forgets.
man
All
of the
right.
people, wonderful human being, Dave. Oh, Marcus?
Whatever
Really?
his name
I
was.
didn't have that on the. All right.
Mantis. Mantis is his name. That doesn't sound like a human
Mantis.
being's name, but that was his name apparently. All right,
That's
so here's the thing. Here's some facts that I wrote down about the metaverse. I don't know
Just
because I think
facts.
it's stupid. I think the metaverse is fucking stupid. I'm just gonna say it. And here's why. We're gonna do. Here's why, a segment that I call Tom Miller's "Why the Metaverse is Fucking Stupid." And then Jerry makes whatever comments that I make funny. It's a very long title for a segment, but that's the segment that we're doing. I'm gonna give you some stuff about the metaverse, and
Okay.
then we're gonna jump into the game that I have lined up. I have a game for you, Jerry.
Wonderful.
Okay, so here's why I think the metaverse is fucking stupid.
All right.
A poll of. Have you ever heard of non-fungible tokens, Jerry?
Yes, NFTs.
So NFTs are a thing that is going to be useful in the metaverse. Like you can buy.
Okay.
So NFTs are like, okay, they're like drawings, music, or whatever. It's just material, intellectual property or whatever that's turned into a thing.
Right.
You can buy it. And then you can use it in the metaverse. So, like, in this house that you're building in the metaverse, you can hang up a picture that you buy of a non-fungible token or whatever.
Yes, so you could essentially have a special poster of Michael Jordan posterizing somebody in your Minecraft house after you bought that
Hold on.
meme.
Hold on. There's
Yeah.
a guy out there who's selling non-fungible tokens of versions of George Floyd, which is really funny.
Dude,
and
are you
he's
serious?
making money off of it, which is cool. Like, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
But he's like, it's like the tranny
That's
George Floyd, the
Holy
George
shit,
Floyd with
really?
a funny hat, George Floyd with a beard. You know, like, he's just doing all these George Floyd digital pictures, and he's selling them as non-fungible tokens. But people are
Oh my
buying them
gosh.
so that they can hang them up in their non-fungible
That's
houses. Or whatever.
incredible.
Um,
Wow, dude, can I tell you the craziest shit I've heard sold about George Floyd?
Yeah, let's hear.
All right. It's actually available on Amazon. I may be able to find it again. And if I do, we may have to dip into the show fund to get it, maybe. Can you believe there's an actual physical book of George Floyd creepypastas? that
Add to my
many,
list of
many,
Christmas
many,
presents.
dude, I'm serious. And many, 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 many of them apparently use the hard R like a lot.
Oh.
And it's sold on Amazon.
We might have to get our hands on that. And we might have to, that might be the thing. I'll tell you what. Here's the promise to the fan
Okay.
out there. If somebody purchases, I'll tell you what, if we sell 10 t-shirts in the month of
Yeah.
February, if we sell 10 t-shirts in
Sweet.
the month of February, we will use the money that we earned from those t-shirts to buy this George Floyd creepypasta book. And then we will read it aloud on the air. We will do a special episode in which we read George Floyd creepypastas.
Dude, it's on Goodreads. Holy shit.
Yeah, so we'll do that if we
It's
sell
there.
10 t-shirts. Okay, that's the rule. So here's the thing.
Amazon took it down. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
That's
Sorry.
lame. We'll get our hands on it. Well, whatever. The rule still stands. We'll find a way to get a hold of it. A poll of 32 leading Los Angeles-based venture capitalists was conducted, and 9% of them, 9% of them said that non-fungible tokens were a good investment. However, apparently since non-fungible tokens can be anything digital, this is something that I found interesting. You can actually you can download your brain and turn it into an artificial intelligence and sell it as a non-fungible token. So, anyways, that's
so
weird,
someone can
right?
hang my brain up in their Minecraft
Well,
house.
I think they can turn you into an NPC in their house. They can turn you into a sex doll in their metaverse.
I was just saying, you're like their slave.
And yeah, pretty weird, right? Like, and you can
that is weird.
Imagine this world, Jerry. You're in the metaverse,
right?
And you come into somebody's house. You come into your friend's house, and he doesn't have a chance to clean up before you show up. And there's a sex doll of you with your legs raised and kind of like in stirrup position. And he's like telling Jerry jokes, right? Like he's spitting off Jerry quotes or whatever, you know. And you can hear him in the background. You're like, "What's that noise?" You know, and you hear yourself.
Yeah, you're like right outside the house.
Yeah.
What is that? What?
Why do I?
And his
hear
back
myself,
door's open.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his
dude.
Which back door is open?
Well, see, there you go. See.
That was a good one.
No, but dude, even worse. Like I'm not even on Metaverse. I go over to his actual physical house. You know what I mean? And then he's just like
turned you into a.
And
Alexa.
But he's right, and he's done it. However, he's done it. Okay. I don't even know, like on the because remember, Facebook keeps all your info. So even if you don't have a profile anymore, even if you've never had whatever, they have a dossier. So I go over to his house. I don't have Facebook. And then he's got his VR headset on. He's covered in Cheetos and cum. And you're like, "Hey, dude, what's going on?" And he's like, "Oh, I got to go to the bathroom. I haven't shit in a day and a half." You know. And then you put on the VR set 'cause you're like, "What is this whole? I don't even know about this. What is this whole deal?" And you put on, you know, do the old Geordie LaForge. And then the first thing you see is just a blow up. It's a blow up doll, and it's your asshole. You know.
Well, it's not a blow up doll. It's a real you.
Well, right. It's a digital. Right. It's a digital you.
You're like, I have seen these testicles before. Like,
Could you imagine
these testicles?
Could you imagine if your world? Imagine this universe, right, Tom? The first time you see imagine the first time you see your own asshole is just through someone else's VR set.
I hope that that's not the case. I hope that never happens.
Could you imagine?
No, I would rather not. You know what? It's going to happen, Jerry, is I'm going to come over to your house one day. I'm going to find my own sex version of me, you know, a sexy Tom lying on the bed.
It's you and your falcon.
Yeah. Me, like, with my gauntlet on while I'm laying on my back on your bed, you know,
That's
talking about how... And it's just, like, spitting off catchphrases of me, but, like, really, like, the stupid ones that I said, and you're like, oh, you know... And every time I say something dumb or what, I don't even want to talk about this. I would rather not think about any of this.
You and the glove, Tom.
I would rather not think about me totally naked with a glove and a bird on it. On your bed, like with my legs up in stirrup position. But yeah, welcome to the chat, Jamis. He said, I didn't know that NPCs could get any dumber, but I guess I could be if I became one. You know what I think of every time I think of NPCs is that meme where like the dude is sleeping and he's like he's like it shows him doing like you know, you come back to a guy that you were doing a side quest for, he's sleeping, you wake him up to tell him that you're done and he's like I always think of that when I think of NPCs. Okay, so here's another thing. I was trying to like really understand, like wrap my head around NFTs, right? NFTs are designed to give you something that can't be copied. Ownership of the work, right? You know, you're like, okay, cool. So I get ownership of the work if I buy this non-fungible token. That's not true because even in parentheses, parenthetically, it says, though the artist can still retain the copyright and reproduction rights, just like with physical artwork, right? To put it in terms of physical art collecting, anyone can buy a Monet print, but only one person can own the original. So, like, if you're like, oh, I bought a non-fungible token of this George Floyd in a Chinese, like, triangle hat, right? Like, I bought, like, this super racist George Floyd hat, NFT. But the thing is, you didn't buy the original. You bought a print of it, you know, to hang up in your metaverse house.
How could you know the difference?
You never
That's the
would.
thing, right?
You would have to like go to every person's house and be like in the metaverse, be like peeking in people's metaverse windows to make sure they don't have a George Floyd with a racist Chinese hat on. So, and then here's another thing. If you're like still trying to, if you're like me and you're still trying to wrap your head around what's going on in the metaverse, real estate in the metaverse is going for, how much would you say like real estate in the metaverse is, Jerry? Like if you had to guess, like,
That's got to be
I'm not
rather
gonna give
expensive.
you any information. I'm just gonna say, how much would you say real estate is in the metaverse?
At least the cost of a George Floyd as Betty Boop NFT. At least that.
That's a tall order, Jerry.
Yeah.
I don't know how much a George Floyd and a Betty Boop attire is, but it's $11,000 for a 1x1 parcel. Okay.
Wow.
Parcel is a new unit of measurement, which I was not aware of until today when I did the research. But the cheapest plot is a 1x1 spot, a 1x1 parcel, which I assume is kind of like a pixel in the metaverse. Like it's like the smallest unit of measurement. But it's $11,000 for this. Now,
so what?
Here's
so
my.
Were you get? So we're gonna be serfs even in their metaverse.
Do what?
Well, they're gonna. Okay, so the selling point, right, is to create this wonderful, beautiful Earth in the metaverse that makes you not want to live on your own planet anymore, right? Like you want to be in the metaverse at all times. It's like a Black Mirror episode, right? That's the whole thing, right? So even then,
Jerry, I think like the point is you're going way too deep into it. And even Jamis brought it up. Isn't real estate in there unlimited? like
well, yeah.
We're all on the same page. We are all, I'm telling you, we're all on the same page.
But I'm just saying you're still poor. Do you get what I'm saying?
So here was my argument going into this and I'll tell you what I wrote down exactly. People who are barely making ends meet. Let me read this exactly. People who are barely making ends meet, living in a cramped apartment or with their parents with no hopes of ever getting their own place, complaining about how there are no living wages in the workplace or in, whatever, hiring. These people are trying to buy up imaginary real estate on the internet. It's going to look like Ready Player One, where the kid has a baller-ass VR rig and computer, but he lives in a shipping container 10,000 feet up in the air in some shanty town, right?
Yes.
So that's
the idea. Yeah.
Okay, so we're on the same page in that regard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was apparently some television show that had that came out during Coof that was very similar.
Yeah.
Where this guy dies, and he goes off into like a digital world. He like his essence goes to this digital world.
Are you talking about Ricky Gervais?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's a different show then.
Yeah, it's a different show. I don't know anything about that, and I don't even remember the name of this one, frankly. But the show was, well, essentially what the guy dies, right? And he goes, and it's beautiful. And he's like, wow, this is so awesome. I can't believe I've gone here. This is crazy. But because he's got no digital credits and money, he sucks, and they put him in what is basically like a one-room cell that's very similar to like a, not prison so much as like a mental hospital room with, shitty bed linens and stuff like that. And he's like, why? And they're like, well, because you have no tokens. He's like, but these aren't even real. And they're like, well, they're real here, aren't they? That kind of thing. And so even then he dies, and it's like, oh, you sucked on Earth. Guess what?
You suck here too.
You suck here too. Yeah.
They, and that's kind of what it's seeming like with this, metaverse. And believe me, I looked first. I did. I looked for any reason.
Right back.
I looked for any reason to love the metaverse, right? I looked for any reason to say kind things about the metaverse, because I thought, well, sometimes I feel like Principal Skinner, right? I feel like Am I out of touch? No, it's the kids, right? Sometimes I feel like that exact circumstance where I'm like, am I out of touch? No, it's the kids. And then I think, well, no, it can't be the kids. I'm being a Principal Skinner. So that's kind of what I thought when I got into this concept of the metaverse. I'm like, there's gotta be something to it. So I really I dug in there, trying to figure out what it was about the metaverse that seemed so appealing. And you'll see that here in a few moments. And I know we're really going way over on time. But the last thing that I do want to say before we jump into the game is imagine if you spent any time on any particular task. Like, you think of the joke about how people will play these RPGs, they'll play these open world, massive RPGs where they've got these bullshit tasks that they've got to go do to get XP, and they'll go and they'll water their plants, or like, Stardew Valley, right? You go and you water your plants and you collect all your plants in a given day, then you go and sell them and you make all this money, and it's all in this fake world, but you feel this sense of accomplishment, right? So I started to realize that's gotta be what it is. And going back to our last point about how you end up with you're spending $11,000 on a 1x1 parcel of land in the metaverse, which is going to be next to nothing, right? That's $11,000. That's nothing for these rich folks. So they're going to have these big parcels of land that they can party and hang out and do whatever they want to do in, and charge whatever they want in these lands, or in this digital universe. But you're going to have this shanty town. You're going to live in the shanty town because all you can afford is a 1x1 parcel of land in the metaverse. But
not even. You'll be time sharing and renting.
Yeah, you're going to time share in the metaverse. Okay, yeah, you get it from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. and then you got to hand it over to Tom, who's next in line, and then I show up and I'm like there with my bird avatar or whatever. But yeah, that's what it's going to end up being. And like, imagine if you would have spent the amount of time that you spend tending to your metaverse world. Imagine if you would have spent that time in the real world doing something useful. Now, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but this, I've been in school for the last 3 years doing seminary, and that was something that those of you who have been watching since the beginning of the show, that I said one day on this show, I said, I think I need to go to seminary, and I did, and here I am. I'm about to graduate this summer, so you get to, like, I know, like, Mike in Manitoba, a couple of you, maybe J-Coob and J-Dubs. I know some of you have been around since the beginning, and Lil Lottie, if you're still out there. I don't think she is, but, I don't want to leave her out. But anyways, those of you who saw that happen, you saw that in the beginning, and now you're seeing, oh, this motherfucker went through something pretty, like, extensive. Like, he finished a 3-year college program and got a professional degree comparable to, like, a Juris Doctorate, right? For Master of Divinity. He went and did it, and then now you're seeing me, like, a couple months ago, I was like, hey, I'm thinking about getting into falconry. I think I'm going to do it. This week, I actually reached out to a sponsor. I am setting, I've got a plan set up by this fall, I will have a bird, whether it be a Harris hawk, a red tail or a red shoulder hawk, or a American kestrel. I'll have a bird of prey that I take out hunting. And these are like goals that I set for myself in real life, and then I go out and I do them. And imagine if you just, like, all the time that I spend doing all this stuff, if I spent it in the metaverse, what would I have to show for it? Nothing. But if I'm
possibly
doing
a cool NFT,
I might have some George Floyd NFTs, right?
That's right. Yeah.
But anyways, you see what I'm doing in real life, and you see that things can be accomplished. Again, not to toot my own horn or whatever, but I'm proud of myself, because I used to be kind of a piece of shit. I still kind of am, but I used to be too, right? You know, like I used to not put any effort into the things that I did. And I never set goals for myself. But now I'm setting goals for myself. And now I'm setting out. Now you guys get to see me become a better person in the shit that I do. But like, you've got these people who are going to be in the metaverse, like thinking that the things that they're doing are meaningful in their own lives. And I guarantee nobody will ever like take their headset off, right? They'll never take their headset off and feel good about their lives, right? And if they do, it's because they have like some pretty serious mental illness, right? You know, like if you take your headset off and you're like, and you look around and there's like water dripping from the rain outside, and there's like a raccoon in your house and rats and shit, and you know, water dropping into buckets, and you know, you're wearing your like last pair of underwear that you've been wearing for a week and it's got a hole in it or whatever. You know, like if you come out of your headset and you're like, man, I've got it pretty dang good because I got 2x2 parcel of land in the metaverse. You know, like that's stupid. You know, but then like those same people, if they would have spent those hours that they devoted to the metaverse, if they would have devoted that to doing something in real life, whether and I know you're like, I enjoy gardening. I'm not as good a gardener. I'm not as good a landscaper. I'm not as good a tender of the ground as you are, Jerry. But like I know you do a lot of that. And if these people would take their fucking headset off for long enough to go out and tend the ground, you know, they would have something to show for it, and they would. Well, be
they
proud
did.
Of that.
No, Tom, they did. Don't you remember? Farmville.
Oh, hold on! You don't take away from me. That's part of the game. But yeah. Why don't you tell everybody? I did a lot of bragging just now about my own life. Why don't you do that for the next minute and a half?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, yeah, as Tom said, as far as like trying to figure out what, like something outside the house, maybe something sort of how to survive, right? You know, because we talk a lot about how we're facing stuff in the very near future that you might have to like feed your family, feed yourself, what have you. So here in my neck of the woods, I decided, all right, I have kind of a small yard, but I'm going to make the most of it. So I put in a pretty extensive garden, as much quote unquote permaculture as I could, meaning that, you know, things that are not going to have to be planted and replanted every year like common crops, food. But I got to say, it was pretty awesome that the first real food that my baby daughter ate was potatoes grown in my garden. And then thereafter, when she would come outside with us, you know, she wanted my goji berries or my raspberries or my strawberries and so on. You know, so that was like probably one of the coolest things I've ever experienced, to be able to say, oh yeah, I planted that stuff, I grew that stuff, I cooked that stuff, where I just, you know, I brought it in and fed that stuff to my baby, my daughter, and that was the first thing she ever ate, not, you know, something from the store or this, that, and the other. And you know, I've been trying to go ever since. And then of course, given how bad things are really going, I'm also doing like sort of prepping stuff, and you should be too, frankly. So yeah, I guess that's enough bragging, humble bragging or whatever. But Tom, I told them, you know, about my gardening and the fact that like my baby daughter's first food came from stuff I grew. You know, she ate potatoes, she ate raspberries, she ate strawberries, goji berries, and all that sort of stuff from our yard.
What was the name of that website that you use?
Well, for the permaculture stuff, it's Fast Growing Trees. They send stuff that's relatively easy. Like, you know, they tell you your zone, what's available in your zone, and then they grow it to a certain size that you could pay for. You know, so let's say something is eventually going to be 6 feet tall, but like they grew it to 3 feet tall, 4 feet tall, and you can pay for it to be at a certain stage of life already, and it'll come to you, and you just have to get it into the ground ASAP and then take care of it thereafter. You're not just like trying to grow like a tree from seed, essentially. So I've gotten tons of stuff from them. And then as far as seeds and stuff concerned, I use MI Gardener for seeds. Let's see, I use Johnny's seeds. Urban Farmer, that's another one. Got a lot of stuff coming from them for seeds. So yeah, those are definitely some places I would go for good seed prices and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, man. That's
yeah.
I'm gonna build a greenhouse here.
Oh, nice.
This year, I think. I have to build a muse for a bird. I have to build an 8x8 or an 8x10 muse. I don't remember what the size of the schematics I have, but anyways, I have to build a muse for a fucking bird. I have to build a house for a bird. But other than that, I hope to this year build a greenhouse of some sort that I can actually whatever. So I know the fast growing trees. I actually looked at there and I looked at my region and all that shit after you told me about it, and there was some cool shit there that I think everybody should be out there growing shit. I know, like, I'm jealous of you for your gardening skills. I know, like, I talked to Big Game before you started doing growing and stuff. But like when you started talking,
well, that's
about
kind of pushed me too. You should know that. I mean, talking to people who, you know.
I'm glad. My gardening skills are like limited to some above ground. I have like I have 2 big above ground planters that I created that I built and filled and everything. And then I have a compost bin that is the same as the above ground ones that I intend to turn into an above ground planter once all the shit breaks down and becomes its own soil and all that stuff. But that's become my compost bin. But yeah, I do a lot of that. But then you started telling me about all the stuff you were doing. I was like, damn. I was like, I fell behind. I let Jerry surpass me in being able to garden. So
yeah, the way that it goes is, holy shit, things are getting really bad. I have some money. I have a yard. Holy shit, I'm going to go crazy. And that's kind of what I did. If I was to spend time listing off everything, I'd be like, fuck, hopefully no one finds this video when shit really hits the fan.
Yeah, I was just about to say too, Megabit and his wife, and you know, God bless Megabit's wife for actually commenting, because Megabit decided not to actually comment. Friggin' turd. His new name is Metaverse Facebook. Because he doesn't comment anymore. I saw a picture that they posted on Instagram, and it was a picture of him playing with the baby while we were on their like living room screen, which was really cool. That's cool. Become like one of my new favorite pictures, because like he's playing with the baby. There's us on the screen on the TV, like the big screen in the background or whatever. Pretty awesome stuff. So I assume, and just to give Megabit some credit here, that his wife is responding or is like commenting for him as well. But they have chickens, and that was my favorite part. That's the only reason that I came back to Instagram, was because I wanted to see their chickens, because they have chickens, and I think that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
And they're in Chicago too, of all places. They have a chicken coop in Chicago, in downtown Chicago.
Wow. Very
cool shit. Anyways, imagine if you spent all this time, all these people doing side quests, Let me show some pictures here real quick, because I want to make fun of... I have some pictures here that I want to share here. Let me see. Pardon my face getting real close to the screen here. Oh yeah, here's a picture of all these people, all these kids who are in this picture, being entranced by the snakes in the Garden of Eden. Hey, go commit sins, kids. Very diverse kids in the multiverse.
Does that also, I mean, I guess technically, like, would that be sort of end of the innocence, end of paradise? You know?
Yeah, I think so. Paradise Lost. Yeah, that was the that's the whole the story there. But this guy, Mark Zuckerberg, he's the one conducting this train, right? Like, he's the one in charge of the Betaverse. So I want you to get a good look at him. This is the guy who's in charge of the future, okay? This is the guy who wants you to join his... This is the new God, right? You know, like God created the universe. Mark Zuckerberg here, he created the Metaverse. And I want you to get a good look at him. This is your new deity, okay? Here's Mark Zuckerberg sipping some water at the congressional hearing. Here's Mark Zuckerberg with like a shit ton of sunscreen just on his face, which is like really funny to me. But look at that wagon. Look at Mark Zuckerberg has got that wagon, boy.
Yeah,
look at that thing.
My goodness.
Woo!
I mean, wow. Yeah, I had no idea. This is stunning to me.
Yeah,
He's
this is some news to you. Look at that butt. But then look at here. Look at this dude's legs. Like, this dude has got some weird, funky little legs. Like, somebody took these pictures, and God bless whoever this paparazzi was.
Yeah.
Because look at this. Like, can you explain that, Jerry?
Do you ever... Okay. You have kids. Do you ever have a situation where, like, they're learning how to walk, so you walk all funny to, like, just kind of, like, joke with them, or maybe... Yeah, or you're joking. That looks like, to me, he's walking like he thinks he'd be, you know what I mean? Like, he's still learning. Yeah, he's still learning. That's what it looks like to me. It honestly looks like his right leg was broken, and it's like ambidextrous. Like, I don't know how you could have ambidextrous leg.
It looks like a flamingo, right? So flamingos... Yeah. Here's a fun fact about flamingos. You know, you think that their knees are backwards. It's not the case. Their knees, what looks like their knees... That's actually their ankles. The way that the birds, they have like a different leg structure than what we're used to. What bends backwards is actually their ankle, the equivalent of human ankles.
Right. Yeah, I see.
So that's where the confusion lies. So with Mark Zuckerberg here, it's almost like his reptilian overlord. Tried to create him, but all they had was pictures of flamingos and lizards, and they were like, "Yeah, that'll do."
Yeah, it's fine. They won't notice.
Yeah, nobody's watching or whatever. No. So that's what's going on there. Also, fun fact, and here's for those 75% of you who come to podcasts for information. Flamingos. Do you know what a group of flamingos is called, Jerry? You're aware that like. A murder of crows, a parliament of owls, a conspiracy of ravens. Those are all an army of toads. These are all like the names that were given. Do you know what it is when it's a group of or a congregation of flamingos? Do you know what that's called, Jerry?
Well, I'm guessing it's not congregation since you just said it.
No, I would never give the answer.
Yeah. I don't think it's this, but I always love gaggle.
So a gaggle is geese.
I know it is. Geese. I don't care. I just wanted to say gaggle.
You would be very close because that with birds, a lot of times every animal has its own thing, but sometimes some of them like overlap. Some of them are the same. A lot of birds share the same ones because of a lack of creativity on the part of whoever named them. But a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance. A flamboyance of flamingos.
Wow. So if we can go back to Mark Zuckerberg, we could see flamboyance personified.
That is what you're saying. Let me show you a flamboyance of Mark Zuckerberg.
We got the... Hey, ladies, calm down. I can see you through the chat. Girls. My goodness, settle down. My
Get
goodness.
Get some tissues and blot yourselves, all right? We're almost done with the episode here. All right, so game, here you go, Jerry. Let's see. What are you competing for? You're competing for...
Can I compete for an NFT of future... a future Tom specialty NFT?
I'll tell you what. I'll give you an NFT of any one of my drawings, whatever, because many of my drawings. You can have.
I do.
You can have official NFT rights of any one of my drawings. You just let me know.
All right, Tom as Kangaroo Jack NFT.
Skanker. Well, I would hate to have to draw that, but if that's what you're choosing, I'm going to have to draw it. Okay, so here's the game. Okay, are these images of, because as you understand, the metaverse is part of that Oculus Rift, like Oculus is part of Facebook's thing, part of the metaverse. You have to have a Facebook account to use the metaverse, or I'm sorry, and the Oculus Rift, which they actually purchased, I think, for like $3 or $4 billion. It was that's a very good deal for Oculus, but whatever. Facebook bought the shit, and now they own it, and it's like for games, right? And you end up with this augmented reality / virtual reality situation, and it's a lot of game playing. There's a certain amount of, you can play games and shit. As you know, Facebook, they had games that you could play on Facebook, such as Farmville, you mentioned earlier.
In this commercial, by the way, in the long form of this commercial, he admitted that they were looking to try to make Grand Theft Auto for the metaverse.
Okay. Yeah, so that's something that you should maintain and you should think about as we're going into this game. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you screenshots from video games, and I want you to tell me whether these are video games that currently exist on platforms such as PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, the PC, just like goofing off on your PC or whatever, not necessarily. Or are they games that exist in this VR metaverse headset? Okay, because you think of the VR metaverse headset. I'm sure you have some ideas of what VR games look like, right? And what metaverse, when you're thinking of like submerging yourself into
this is in depth here.
You're thinking, like, I'm sure you have some ideas of what sort of games, what graphics are going to look like, what, I'm sure you have an idea. Now, what I want you to do is, as I show you these images, I want you to tell me whether or not this is a game that currently exists that you can play that you have to play in the metaverse, or that you can play on, I don't know, the PlayStation 5, the Xbox One X, the Nintendo Switch, your mobile phone, your PC on Steam. Like, I want you to tell me just either it's metaverse or it's elsewhere.
Reality.
Okay. Metaverse, whatever else. Okay. Metaverse, anything else.
Let's do it.
It's pretty easy, right? I'm giving you the option. So. I'm not saying, hey, you got to tell me whether it's PS5, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch. I'm telling you, metaverse, not metaverse. Okay.
Exactly.
Those are your options. Okay. You have to tell me. That's it.
Okay. Let's do it.
All right. Here we go. Let me get off of this picture of Zuckerberg with his backwards legs. Fucking, what a goofball. What a goofball. Like, I never would have guessed that, this guy. Okay. Here's your first question. Is this a video game that you play in the metaverse, or is this a video game that you can play anywhere else, like on your PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox One X, Nintendo Switch, your mobile phone, your fucking a doodle that you did? Is it something that you can play in the sand?
See, this looks like a Farmville type thing to me, so I want to say metaverse, but I also know that Farmville's on your phone.
Well, it's on Facebook. Let's not forget. You can't play Farmville anywhere else other than on Facebook.
Oh, is that right? Oh, I didn't realize there was an exclusivity.
No, Farmville is an exclusively Facebook.
I had no idea. Well, then you know what?
Silly game.
I'm going to go with metaverse.
Okay, well, that was a gimme. You're correct. That is... I would hope that. Sorry, I'm pouring myself another drink. If you...
Oh, that's okay.
You are correct. That is I'm pouring myself this pineapple jalapeno. My wife bought this for me. God bless her. I love my wife. She bought me this jalapeno pineapple last week when I came back up to the room. I have a recliner in my room, and I sit in my recliner until I'm sober.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't go to sleep drunk, because that's how you wake up with a hangover. So I went, I got my shower, brushed my teeth, all that stuff, and then I sat down in the recliner until I sobered up a little bit, but I fell asleep in the recliner watching Adult Swim. And then I woke up, and my youngest was sitting in my lap. He was talking to me. My wife was talking to me. She gave me a kiss in the morning after getting my oldest on the bus. And she said, "Wow, I can smell that jalapeno pineapple." and then we went out that day, and we went and bought some more pineapple jalapeno Dolce Vita. Delicious beverage. If I can advertise it for a moment, we did buy a whole new bottle because we finished the last one last time. Dolce Vita on the rocks with a little bit of tonic water. But yeah, you are correct, Jerry. That is in fact a game that you have to play in the metaverse. Now, does that not blow your mind a little bit, Jerry? That like you have to buy. Do you know how much a Oculus Rift system costs?
I have no idea. I can't even imagine.
Right? It's like $200-$300. They're actually trying to subsidize it in the future so that more people can buy it, right?
Oh my god. Well, yeah, because they want you on all of it. You know?
They got to get you on there. Okay, so here's question number 2. That was question number 1. Question number 2 is this one right here, Jerry. What do you make of that? Is that a game that you would play in the metaverse? Now, let me bounce back to the one previous.
Yeah.
Okay, so here, this one we know is part of the metaverse. Okay.
Right.
Now, this new one, is this part of the metaverse? Or is this part of something that you can play on any old thing? Can you play it on your phone? Can you play it on the computer? Can you play it on...
I'm gonna go with you know what? I'm gonna go with your phone.
So you're saying this is one that does not require a metaverse membership?
Yeah, well, the reason for that is that it has slightly better graphics. So I just thought, well...
just slightly better.
Well, yeah, so I thought, okay, maybe the shitty one is the metaverse and the slightly better one they just didn't want to pay for.
Yeah, okay, all right.
That was my thought. Now, it's entirely possible that both of them are on there. Because... wouldn't it be, right?
Well, the good news, Jerry, is that you're right. This is Farmville. I don't know if you've ever played Farmville, but this is Farmville.
No.
And it looks almost identical to the other one, right? Like, if you saw it and you were probably like, wow, this is a tough call. Like, these look almost
dude,
identical.
I would say exactly what I did say, which is, oh, so there was the, 2009 one, and then there's, the 2010, or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
This is the 2022 update of Farmville.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. Yeah.
Count Rhythm comes back, and he says, I come back, and y'all are playing Farmville. All right, so here's the next one. Okay, so this is going to get a little bit tougher, Jerry, I hope. I tried to make it a little tougher. Okay. Is this a game that you would play in the metaverse? Or is this a game that you could play perhaps on, I don't know, the Nintendo Switch? I want to make sure that I include, all the next-gen consoles, as well as the PC, as well as, mobile. Is this a metaverse, or is this a non-metaverse?
Well, I'm going to say... Wait. What is this? Huh. I think I'm going to say this is Metaverse?
Are you sure it's a Metaverse, Jerry?
I mean, it looks really shitty, but at the same time, I'm like, maybe that's not the point, because I'm looking at the cool dog that might have been on a Dogecoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's a Dogecoin, there can't be on Metaverse. That's too cool. So no. I'm gonna go with something else. Whatever.
All right.
Not.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. This is Roblox. You're thinking of Roblox.
Okay.
But now here I'm gonna throw you off a little bit. So you're correct. This is actually Roblox. My kids play it on their Chromebook. It's a fucking virus in a video game or whatever. All right,
Sweet.
but what about this next one? Okay. Now you've seen what Roblox looks like. I want you to tell me, is this what you're looking at? Is this something that you would have to play in the metaverse, or is this a game that you would have to play elsewhere, or could play elsewhere?
This is like 8-bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is, I mean, okay. So here's the problem, right? You do all these 8-bit games making comebacks, you know.
Yeah.
Like they have the retrofitted old school gaming consoles where it's like the size of a quarter, but it has 30 games on it, right? Oh shit! No, you know what? Wait, wasn't it? There's something in the. Wow. I'm gonna go with Metaverse.
You're correct. This is actually a
Yes.
metaverse. I don't know what. I think it's called. Oh, it's actually called Sandbox. Yeah, it's up there in the.
You know what made me think of it? It says not in alpha on the top, which meant it was a beta, and that's where I guessed it.
Yeah, because if it's not an alpha, it's a beta.
Yeah.
100% of the time. All right. So what's this one? Is this this next one here? Is this?
Okay.
I got to admit, like the ones that you've seen so far are kind of like shitty. They're kind of like they could have gone either way. This one actually looks pretty fun. As I was looking through the metaverse, I'm thinking of like Second Life. I'm thinking of these other games where you can go in there and you can wreak havoc and you can kind of be a pain in the ass. You know, I'm seeing this game and I'm thinking, can I go and can I do vandalizing? Can I do like, can I be just like a general pain in the ass? And this game kind of like struck me as I can go and I can be a pain in the ass. And, like it reminded me of Grand Theft Auto. So, like I think you said earlier, what do you think of this one? Is this metaverse or is this elsewhere?
I'm gonna go with. Oh man, you know what? I'm gonna say elsewhere,
Are you sure?
No, wait a minute, wait. There was an error initializing friends and messages. I'll go with that being a quality Facebook product. Okay, metaverse.
It's a metaverse. Yep, you are correct. This one is actually.
Do you want to know why I thought it wasn't?
Why?
Because this character was white and they're advertising it. I honestly thought.
Yeah, that is weird. Like, why would you? Now, when I plucked these pictures, I plucked them from Facebook websites or non-Meta websites.
Oh,
so
okay.
There's
All
I
right,
tried
so...
to throw you off with that one a little bit. But
Okay.
That's okay. All right. So what about this one? Now, this one's called Mobox. It looks like. Anyways.
Okay.
Now, is this a game that you could play anywhere, or is this a game that you would play in the metaverse? Now we're talking about like future generation video game console, throwing this machine, this several $100 machine on your head. You got to have an account to play it. Like, is that
Very
what
exclusive.
we're looking at here, or are we looking at something that you could play maybe on, like a fucking Game Boy, an original Game Boy? Is this something that you could play, like, on a calculator, a Texas Instruments?
Dude, I hate to tell you, you've given it away twofold with this picture. First of all, well, threefold. One, it's kind of shitty, right? Two, there's an NFT marketplace. And three, it says explore Momoverse. So I'm going to go with the metaverse.
All right, you're right. It's the fucking metaverse. All right, so the next one. All right,
Okay.
now now that you've seen the capabilities of the metaverse, I want you to look at this game here, and I want you to tell me whether or not this looks like everything
spooky.
that you have seen so far from the metaverse, or is this something that requires perhaps like the high-end technology of yesteryear
Of a cell phone.
with PlayStation 5, the Xbox One X, computer, like a high-end PC? Like, what are we looking at here? Are we looking at something that you need to go out to Best Buy and you need to finance a piece of machinery that, what are we
I need a
looking at
good-
here, Jerry?
Yeah, this looks really expensive. This is impressive, frankly. I mean, to all those listening on the podcast, listen. There's a little guy who looks like Johnny Depp in any Tim Burton film, with a helmet.
What does
and
the scenery look like? Does it look like any particular director, you might say?
Yeah, it may yet also be a Tim Burton film. It's just, it's like, but except not as exciting. If you could put that also in there, I'm gonna have to go with Metaverse here.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, it's thrilling. How could it not be?
Are you sure you don't want to think like a little bit further on that and try to? Because now, Jerry, let me. Speak.
No, Tom, I want to
here's what I wanna
stress to
do,
you.
Jerry.
I know. I need to stress something
Okay,
to
please,
you,
go ahead.
Tom. Do you see what I'm saying?
Let me go
This
back
is-
to the picture here.
This is the future personified. Okay? If this doesn't scream to you, hey, you've got hundreds of dollars worth of equipment on your face. You're leaving time and space into a creation of genius. Is that not what that says? I mean,
so, Jerry,
all right, look,
here's what I want to say to you. We've seen the future, today, and it looks incredibly two-dimensional. Okay, it looks like somebody just whipped it together real quick to make a
just real
quick
fast.
buck in the
Yeah.
blockchain. Okay,
Mhm.
it looks like no effort was made in regards to graphics, storyline,
Right.
keeping your attention with colors. That's the future. Okay, the future is lazy. It is one or two tops dimensions. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, two tops. Like, I can't imagine any more than that. With these three-dimensional goggles that cost hundreds of dollars. And you're looking at this image right here, and you're thinking that this is the future and not something that you might find on, any of our archaic systems like the PS5, the Xbox One X, or the Nintendo Switch, all of which being next-generation consoles.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you put it that way, I guess I will slightly change my tune and say, yeah, and I think I'll go with not the Metaverse.
This is, in fact, a game called Don't Starve. It's one of the it's one of the laziest games you'll ever see in the world, but it's a fun game.
And it's
all right.
wait, Tom, I'm hearing now from our experts in the field, it has just been added to Metaverse.
It's just been added. Oh well, I feel.
It's just been added.
I feel very foolish that I would have said all those mean things about it.
They're
so what
also
about...
saying you shouldn't starve.
You shouldn't starve. Well, good thing that they included that in their message that they sent. All right, so 3D NFT play to earn this game. It's called Starman. I'm not going to tell you what else it says in that logo.
Okay.
But what?
Yeah, this is not Metaverse. This is not.
I wish I would have researched this one a little bit better.
That is not.
What is
yeah.
it? What is it for real, Jerry? You tell me.
Well, I would say it's probably on the computer, the little compooper, because
You think it's on the computer, not on the metaverse?
no, I don't think it's a metaverse. I think
It doesn't matter. All right,
it's
so this next
a private.
so,
Looks
so
private.
next one, anyways.
No,
you
it
were
says
right.
metaverse right on it, Tom. It says
Whatever you
metaverse
said,
right on
Jerry.
it, dude.
Whatever you said is the right answer. All right, what about this one? What is this one? Nakanhu Silver. What do you think of this one? Is this metaverse, or is this, is this anything else other than the metaverse?
I'm gonna go with metaverse.
Yeah, it's the metaverse. All right,
Yeah.
next one. You nailed it, Jerry. Good job. All right, what about this one? This one's a little tricky. This one doesn't look like something you might find on Facebook. It's called Soul Chicks, apparently.
Dude, of course it looks like Facebook. Isn't that a Despicable Me character? It's like half of everybody's.
It really
right?
does look like it's despicable.
It's like
It's like, all right, so we've got from left to right.
Mm-hmm.
We have the guy from One Piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got the Terminator, and then we've got Marty McFly on Christmas,
Oh,
right?
That's yes.
And then you've got Hell's Angels chicken,
Mm-hmm.
and then you've got Marty McFly again from Back to the Future 3.
I was gonna say
with-
3.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you've got the Minion, right? So
Mhm.
it's like a hodgepodge.
And they're all
of-
played by John Candy.
It's a hodgepodge of copyright infringement. What do you think? Is Soul Chicks, is that metaverse, or is that whatever?
I think it's metaverse.
Yeah, it's metaverse. All right, next one. Burning through these things real quick, Jerry. You're doing
Yes.
great. What about
Thank
this
you.
next one here? What do you think? Is this now you're thinking of future of video game technology, 3D,
Mhm.
first person, beautiful, great graphics, high end, 3D first person shooter, high end. What are we looking at here? Is this what you imagine when you think of virtual reality, 3D first person shooter, high end augmented reality, virtual technology? Is this what you think of when you think of the Oculus Rift, or is this something
Wow.
that you're thinking of like yesteryear, lazy,
Well, Tom, I'll tell
what are we
you.
looking at here?
Just seeing the fat dead man, the ghost, up above behind the scoring system.
That
That is
actually
so-
somebody, you just know somebody's up in the next floor. That's actually like some
No, Tom, that is so futuristic you could see spirits. I'm gonna say it has to be the metaverse.
Oh, it's not the metaverse, Jerry.
What?
Are you sure you want
Are
to
you
say
kidding?
metaverse? Or do you want
Oh,
to
this-
say like literally
I mean, I
anything
otherwise
else?
would have thought, it was possible that until I saw the ghost, I assumed this was Call of Duty from like 2000.
Yeah,
but-
it was Call of Duty. It was one of those. Now, what about this next one? This next one is going to be a tough call to make.
Okay.
After knowing what you saw last in the Call of Duty situation, and the futuristic graphics and the amazing next generation technology, graphics, whatever. Now, are you thinking that this is perhaps the past? We're thinking like PS5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, all that.
Mhm.
Or are we thinking that this is the future? That this
Right.
is the metaverse? What do you think, Jerry? Do you
Well,
think?
it looks like someone took a bunch of ice cream shits, and I'm gonna go with metaverse just based on that alone.
You're correct. You nailed it. It's Ice Cream Shits by
Fantastic.
Metaverse. All right, now
Unbelievable.
this last one. Last question. Final death. Whatever it's called.
Sudden death.
Sudden death. Final round. Sudden death. That's what it is. That's what I meant.
Sweet.
Toasty. this gentleman right here, who is a third person fighting the Wendigo, is this something that you would find in the metaverse? Or
Well,
is
here's
it
the thing,
something that
Tom.
you would find anywhere else, like on a system,
Yeah.
like an archaic system of like the Xbox 360,
Of the yesteryear.
One X,
Yeah.
or the PlayStation 4, 5, 3.
Yeah, here's the
VR.
thing.
Is
This looks
something?
kind of like The Witcher or some game of that ilk, you know? And it looks like it could be fun. So I'm going to say, so it's not the metaverse.
So let me clarify, Jerry.
Okay. All right.
When you say your determining factor
Mm-hmm.
in whether or not it's something that occurred on an Xbox 360X or PlayStation 5 or a Nintendo Switch or
Right.
a PC gaming
Mhm.
computer
Mhm.
versus the metaverse
Yeah.
is whether or not something looked like it was fun or not. That was like your determining factor? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
that was a big factor. 75% fun, 25%. You showed me screenshots of a game in the metaverse to this one, and I'm like, those aren't the same universe. You can't do that.
All right. So your final answer is that this is something that occurs outside of the metaverse.
Yes, in spite of this character having a good sizable butt like Mark Zuckerberg.
He's got. I'll tell you what, that Witcher. He's got that wagon boy.
He's got the
Right.
wagon boy. That's it.
That's the way that when you see somebody who's got a butt on
Mhm.
them, you say, "Hey, that so and so, they've got that wagon boy." That's how
Wow.
you say it. Just so
I
you
had no
know,
idea.
from now on, just if you see someone who's got a butt on them, you say they got
Sweet.
that wagon boy.
Oh my goodness.
Correct.
Fantastic.
This is not from the metaverse. So I hope, Jerry, let me say this to you.
Mhm.
You've won a non-fungible token of your
Fantastic.
choosing, of me dressed as the kangaroo jack or whatever. So the big takeaway from this
Mhm.
is what? What would you say is the difference between the metaverse and modern / yesteryear's video game
Yeah.
technology? What would you say it is?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm going to just say it again, it would be appeal or fun.
It's got to look good and it's got to be fun.
That's it, yeah.
That's it.
That's
So
it. Yeah.
If it doesn't look good and if it doesn't look fun, then it's
Right.
the metaverse.
If you've ever been to, you know how you like go to a museum, art museum, and you're trying to impress a lady because that's the only reason why men mostly go. And you say, and you look at something, right? You know, and you're looking at it, and you think you're being goofed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, this is what? What is this? This is
Somebody got paid for this?
right. Somebody, I dig ditches, you know, or whatever, and then this guy or girl is getting accolades. They have their name up in lights. This piece of trash, right? Whatever. But and then of course you're faking it if she likes it. The whole thing.
Well, yeah, you got to get laid. Right?
Yeah. Sorry, I have my artistic integrity versus get the dick wet. I'm sorry, that's so embarrassing. Anyway, yeah. I mean, that's what the metaverse is. The metaverse is that piece of art you happen upon at a art museum that you only went to try to score points with this girl, and it looks like a Play-Doh Doozers, you know, something like that. And Let's just hope that we get to a society where we choose to just turn it off. You know?
I like that. I like Jerry. That's a good way to. It's a good way because this whole. I'll tell you what, Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to say it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this whole time that I was looking at this stuff for the Metaverse, I was like, this is so fucking dumb, right? Like, you know, I try to look at things objectively. I really do. And as I was looking at this Metaverse situation, I thought, this is so fucking stupid. Who's doing this? Who is this for, right? You know, I look at shows. I watch the show, or I'm sorry, you know, based off of our discussion today, that I watch Travel Channel a lot. It's my favorite channel. I really do. I love that channel. But there are two shows that I'm sorry, there's three shows that I can't watch. Mountain Monsters. But then like the two that I refuse to watch on principle are Osborne's Want to Believe and The Fright Club. They're just not good. And every time I get mad, right? You know, like sometimes you have certain channels that you like to turn on, right? I turn it to Travel Channel and I see Osborne's Want to Believe on a lot on the guide. And I'm like, who is this for? Because, like, I get mad, right? Because I'm the guy who watches Travel Channel. I'm it. Like, I'm the only
you're
one
the
who
one.
watches, right?
Yeah.
When I see Osborne's Want to Believe, and I really tried to watch that show, I thought it would be okay. Like, I'm like, well, you know, if Travel Channel wants to show this shit, maybe there's something to it. Same thing with Fright Club. I was like, if Travel Channel, a channel that I like to watch, wants to show this shit, probably there's something to it. That's not true. I tried. It was awful. And every time I turn to that channel, or I'm like, I hit the guide and I skim to that channel, and I see Osborne's Want to Believe or Fright Club, I think this is the exact quote that goes through my head every time I see that. Is I see it and I say, who is this for? Who is watching this show? And I know that nobody is watching that show, right? But I understand that the Osbournes and that the dudes from Ghost Brothers have a contract with Travel Channel. I know that they have to do a show for that channel. And I think the same thing, like what you said with the Metaverse. They made it. Now they need to stand by their dump. Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
So the best, what we can hope for, all we can hope for as a people, as an entire population, is that those of us can just take the fucking headset off and set it down and go plant a garden. Right?
That's it.
Because you started a garden in recent years, right? Like it's been recent.
I want to say
somewhat recent.
Again, I forgot to say this before. I'm not much of a shit talker in this regard, but I'm gonna double down.
Please do.
I managed to start a garden, a relatively substantial one, when you consider it. And not only was it during coof, but also my wife was pregnant, and then we had the baby.
Yeah.
And I became a first-time father, owning a house, you know, in the middle of coof. And I said, oh yeah, I'm also going to take on a 12 by 80 part of my yard, till it myself, and plant perennials, but also like real, you know, shit I got to grow from seed and feed myself.
That's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah. So, you know, and to tell everybody this, I know I'm terrible. I don't go on Discord and all that sort of stuff, but you know, I quit Facebook, quit Twitter, quit Instagram. And for a while, I didn't have anything. And then I happened to join Telegram to see what it was about. And then Tom was on there. And that's how all this happened, by the way.
You know what's funny is you logged on one day and it said you like started a new account and it said whatever. I don't know how, like, because I had your phone number in my phone or something. It said all of a sudden Jerry jumped on Telegram or whatever. And I just like sent you the GIF or whatever that it like recommended. Like it just said it said like the dancing robot or whatever. It sent that or whatever. I'm like, hey, what's up? You've got a friend on Telegram. But yeah, imagine a world in which like instead of playing in the metaverse, you went out and you did something in your 12 by 80 land or whatever, and you went and you became a farmer in suburban or urban even environment. You should do that instead of playing on a silly headset or whatever.
Yeah, by the way, hint everybody, you're gonna need to fast. So
I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, and I know we're down to like the last couple followers or whatever who are still watching. I know who is watching still, and I appreciate the hell out of you guys. And we love you guys to death, those of you who are still with us.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
However, I don't know if you guys are listening or you guys are keeping up, but we are in the middle, and I know some of you are still young enough to where like you don't know that this is not the norm. I've had to explain this to my children, some of whom are like 12, 10 years old, and my youngest who's 7, who's just so sweet. He's just such a kind kid who's just like he's just so very trusting. When the world is happening around him, and he's just like, I don't care as long as my dad and my big brothers are looking out for me. Like that's just who he is.
That's very sweet. Yeah.
But my oldest son or whatever, he's me as a child, because I know what it's like to be the oldest son, the oldest child, really. I know that you have certain responsibilities. When dad goes, guess what? You're next. You're the patriarch. You're the guy who takes over.
Yeah.
So he is like well aware of all that stuff. But he came to me one day. He's like, "No, I know." I said something about COVID, and he said, "No, I know that this happens every generation." I said, "Son, no. Xander, his name is Xander." I said, no. I said, this happens. It doesn't happen every generation. I said, as a child, I never had to deal with this, which is why, like, I am a little bit easier on you than my dad was on me, because I know that you are dealing with something that I didn't have to deal with. I said, I know you're dealing with something that you shouldn't have to deal with. I said, and we're doing our best, because we're kids, right? Like kids having kids.
Sure.
I'm saying, when you're a parent, you're just as much, like your kids are watching you grow as a parent as much as you are watching them as a kid growing as a kid. Like you're learning as you go along. And so like with my kids, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. You can never admit that to your kids, but you have to admit to them like, hey man, there are some things that like we're in it together. Like we as a family, we're in this together, and we need to work through this together. And I felt so bad one day. I yelled at my son. I never yell at my kids. I never do. And it's something, I never raise my voice. I try so hard. I don't ever want to be that guy who has to raise his voice at his kids. But one day I yelled at my oldest son because he wasn't with NTI and the non-traditional instruction or whatever. He was doing something on his Chromebook, and I closed his Chromebook. I said, you're not listening. You're not listening to the instructions. And once you're ready to listen to the instructions, I will be happy to sit down with you and talk to you about this. But he wasn't willing to at the time. And I felt a little bad about scolding him. And I think he saw it, because then he started crying. And then I got upset. And then I like hugged him and I said, hey, listen, like you got to understand, like I don't want to yell at you. I didn't yell at him at the time, but I said, I don't want to yell at you, but you got to understand, like, we're both going through this together, right? Like, this is not something, this non-standard instruction. I never had to deal with that with my dad. I never had to deal with, you know, a year off from school so that they could do this Chromebook education thing. I never had to deal with that with my dad. I never had the level of interaction I have with my son with my dad. So I said, you've got to understand, there's like, I'm learning as much as you're learning. So please forgive me for any kind of like, you know, whatever. And because I suck as a dad. I'm not a great dad. I do my best, but believe me, we're learning, you know, and that's the thing that we're going through right now with this whole COVID bullshit, right? You know, we're all trying to figure out how to survive the end of times together. You know, I'm just a little bit older than my oldest son is, but I need to prepare him to be me when I go, because I'll be the first one to go, hopefully. And I know we talked about this at the beginning of the episode with the Thanos thing. I will gladly sacrifice myself for my family. And there's no question about that. If the option is, you know, my wife and my kids never having to deal with the heartache, yeah, I'll take the burden of emotional heartache and whatever. I'll take that on myself. But if it's a matter of physical security, I will gladly give my life for my kids and my family. Absolutely. No question about it, 100 times out of 100. But
sure, of course,
we're all kind of going into the end times together. So it's a weird situation. And for that, I encourage all of you to do what Jerry did and jump on these websites and start tilling your own garden. If you have a plot of land, if you have the means to do so, do so. Don't let a single piece of land go to waste, right? Don't let a single hour in a day where you're sitting there and you're just fucking around on your phone playing Sudoku. Don't let an hour go to waste. If you have time where you can sit down and you can, I don't know, sit on the metaverse, right? If you can sit on the metaverse and play Farmville or whatever, if that's something that you're doing, you have time to do other shit, right? Like, go learn falconry, go to college, go plant trees, go till your yard, go fix something in your house. You've got time. You've proven to me, and I know I'm not anybody. I'm just some guy. I know Jerry's not anybody to you. He's just some guy. You know, we're not here to, like, browbeat you or whatever, but we're saying, like, hey, man, we're a little bit older than you are. We're a little bit further along in life than you are. We have kids, we have families, we have shit, we have stuff going on. We have a legitimate concern for you, our younger generations. Hey, man, this is what we did at that time, and we're better off for it, okay? And we are better prepared for it. So we encourage you to do the same thing. If you want to go and bullshit and blow off and goof off and stream on Twitch and play video games and fucking play on your headset, your Oculus Rift or whatever. I can't tell you, Jerry can't tell you, none of us can tell you, but all we can do is encourage you, hey man, go out there and care for your family, care for yourself. Do what's right for you in the coming end times, because believe me, it's coming. And if you haven't looked at the newspaper, if you haven't looked at the news, if you haven't looked at world events, it's coming. Jerry, what do you got to shill? Do you have anything that you want to say to add to that, to shill, to sell, to whatever you got?
No, nothing to shill. I think that's pretty much it. I hope you take it to heart, but I also hope you enjoyed the show. And, you know, you could listen to this show at any time on podcasts that you could be listening to while doing other shit. That'll be awesome in the in the not so distant future. Let's say that.
In the metaverse, in the regular universe.
In the regular verse.
All right. Yeah, like Jerry said, if you're tuning in and you're listening to if you're watching the live show, hey, thank you guys for sticking it out. There are a couple of you left out there. We really appreciate you guys sticking it out. Anybody who's watching this show later on, leave a comment, talk about your favorite thing, talk about anything that you want to talk about. We have a couple people who hop on here later, and they always leave a comment, and we love to hear from you.
Yeah.
If you got people, if you're listening to this on the podcast, know that every Wednesday night at 9 o'clock, you can hop on here and you can see the live stream. You can comment in the chat. We'd love to have you. You can also see the video stream on YouTube. All that cool stuff. Otherwise, hop in the Discord. You can see it here on the thing. You can see us on Telegram. You had me at Bigfoot on Telegram. On Instagram, it's You Had Me Podcast on Instagram. On the Discord, it's discord.gg/5 Charlie Juliet Sierra 5 Uniform. That is discord.gg 5CJJS5U. And then for Jerry's, it is, if you want to hop onto his Telegram, he does his own, throughout the week, you can actually find him and see his, what do we call that? The whoopsies, the wacky whoopsies.
Yeah. The week of wacky whoopsies.
Wacky whoopsies. It's no thanks, NAHNOTHANKS. Nah,
right.
NAH, no, NOTHANKS. Sorry, I've had a few beverages. But yeah, if you hop onto the Discord, we've got all the links there too as well. But yes, thank you all for tuning in, for sticking it out for this whole time, for the last 4 hours. We really appreciate it. We will see you guys